live stream of our big recap that we've been promising for a while.
Yes, in
Here at
our
Breaking the 180.
temporary office, which is known as my temporary childhood bedroom. You'll see a lot of, let's just say, goodies from, I think we have a Howard Zinn there, to a Terminator Genesis poster, to I actually collect pigs from all over the world, so you see a few of those there, as well as some other pop culture stuff, as well as Casino Royale, which is one of the best Bond films ever made, and one of my personal favorite movies. But we're not here to talk about that right now.
I would even say one of the best action films of all time. I don't think that's a hot take at all. I think it's with time it keeps being acknowledged more as one of the great action movies. But yeah, this is Breaking the 180, and the New Year is here. It's 2024.
Cheers, everybody. Cheers, we got our Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey Lemonade.
Oh, yeah.
Jack Daniel's, feel free to sponsor us.
Please. Please. We need that sponsorship so we can expand our coverage, our projects, and, really just keep bringing you the latest and everything that's going on in the film world, domestically, internationally, cosmically, wherever movies are made and being presented, which is part of the reason we're doing this special episode, because we saw so much stuff in 2023 that by now we have a good idea of what we would consider our favorites, our top films,
the worst films, and everything in between.
Yeah.
Now, what's really interesting about the world of film is the way international releases go. There are some films that might not be released beginning end of January till later in the year. There's some films, great films, that we just missed out on due to time or didn't have an initial interest in. Just a few that come to mind. We did not see Godzilla -1. I have not seen The Peasants, and
I really got to see Godzilla -1. That one is being praised through the roof. But it's a testament to how so much stuff comes out that even those of us who do podcasts like this, it's just hard to keep up with every single title that comes up. And people we know, people I know in the critical world, there's always one or two that come the end of the year, they're like, yeah, man, I actually did not get to see Zone of Interest or what, one of those movies. It's too much stuff.
Indeed. And as some of you may know, or some of you who might not know, Alci is a entertainment journalist for Entertainment Voice, so he sees a lot more than I do. Unfortunately, that also means he sees a lot more crap than I do.
Yes. But we saw most of the heavy hitters. We kept on par in terms of the heavy hitters.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true. He also has a larger pool than I do when it comes to our lists. Now, the way we do it is a little bit different. Alci does a more traditional top 10 worst, and some honorable mentions. I, since about 2015, have done kind of a 4-tier-ish system on Letterboxd. That's part of the reason why we link our stuff there too. We also cover just other films that we have interest in revisiting and all that other stuff. So the way I do it is, yes, I have a top best, I have the worst. I don't necessarily limit them to 10 movies, although I try to. And then I have a third and second tier. The second tier are excellent films that, for whatever reason, either they were missing an X factor, so I didn't consider them the best, or because what I consider the best just connects, I connect to it differently, right? Because all art is subjective. So some of them you don't know. Some films that you might think are on my best are not necessarily there because I put them on the second tier, which have a lot of films. And I have a third tier, which are like quality movies that just really did not land for me. There were too many things that I didn't connect with, or too many problems for various reasons. Now, the other thing I like about my list is, yes, I kind of have them tentatively on a best to worst or in their respective categories, but movies are fluid and I'll change my mind on them over time, or someone will bring a new perspective that I haven't thought of. So,
which is very common with movies. I mean, there are movies, however one assembles them. I think there are films that, whether you put them in a top 10 or in a tier system, you might watch it again in 5 years, 6 years, and feel differently about it. You might appreciate it more. It might not impact you as much as when you first saw it, because the impact of a film, the effect of a film, sometimes has so much to do about the time and place where one saw it. I use a tier system, funny enough, with the more universal questions you get a lot, which is, what's your favorite movie? That's where I apply more of a tier. I go, well, I have favorite directors, I have favorite dramas, I have favorite romantic movies, I have favorite action movies, I have favorite war movies. Uh, I think it's way too difficult when it comes to your absolute favorites to narrow it down to just oh well, it's this one, or it's this movie above all. Some people can. I mean, there are some people that you'll meet who say, hey, Apocalypse Now is my just all-time favorite movie
100%.
of all time. But I think when you consume as many films as we do, the tier system is much more applicable to those overall general favorites.
100%. And the other reason I do it that way is I don't like to think in such a binary way when watching movies. I think that's part of the problem of kind of mainstream criticism and even respected journals too.
Yeah.
That when people go and watch a movie, it either has to be the best thing of the year or the worst thing of the year. And people don't have room for nuance. And I don't think that's fair to films, because I saw, according to my letterboxd in my third tier, I put at least 30 films in there, which for various reasons I liked them, I had fun with them, but I couldn't put them higher. But I also don't want to put them lower because they just aren't the worst.
Well, I mean, a good example I would give is a movie that I wouldn't put in my top 10, but I had fun with, even though some of the more high-nosed critical community dismissed it, was the Super Mario Brothers movie. I thought that was a visually just really fun movie and trippy, almost in a 2001 Space Odyssey kind of way. And yeah, okay, I wouldn't, okay, if I was using a tier system, I wouldn't rank it at the same level as RMN or Oppenheimer or something, but it was still a genuinely enjoyable film. And in terms of just silly popcorn fun, it was one of the more just escapist fun times I had throughout the year, even though a lot of, like I said, the more higher nosed critical community, they were bashing it and saying, it's just a video game movie. There's not much else to it.
That's also where intention comes into play. And that's also, especially on sites like Rotten Tomatoes, really. You see that disconnect between the critical consensus and the audience consensus. Yeah. I think the Rotten Tomatoes premise is extremely flawed, and I think it's done a huge disservice to mainstream criticism.
Well, I'll throw in a quick cent in that commentary on how I'm on Rotten Tomatoes, and I cannot tell you how many times I get a fresh tomato on something just because I complimented a specific aspect of a movie. So you're not getting the whole picture, and I think the disservice it's done in general. I'm not going to say, it's nice to have a pool where you can see all the different voices out there, but at the same time, because people don't have the habit anymore of clicking on the review link and reading the whole thing, they just get this instant idea of what you think about the movie that's inaccurate. So, this person liked, Night Swim, that just came out. No, I mean, they probably just liked the look of the movie, but I didn't like the film. Or it's a film we both were very disappointed by, was Ferrari.
Which we'll get to in a little bit.
I think if you compliment certain elements of that movie, you might end up getting a fresh tomato when you weren't giving it an actual thumbs up.
Precisely. And as I said, we'll get to that in a bit. We also do have a Chronicles of Man in Between episode on Ferrari. We are pretty much against the grain from most respected publications.
Yes.
We'll get to that.
Yes.
And going to intention, like the Super Mario Brothers movie, It sounds. I haven't seen it, though I might do because it's on Netflix
You
now.
haven't seen Super Mario Brothers?
No. I was out of town for a while,
Oh.
so I had a lot of catch up to do. It wasn't on my priority list, so to speak.
Which is what kind of the point I was making, where
Yeah.
it's not something you, if you're a film connoisseur, okay, it's not maybe your
But
topic,
from
but
what I understand, it pretty much captures the spirit of the 2D Mario games.
yeah.
I'm not sure what people wanted out of it. I don't know why. I think it's like a 55% on Rotten Tomatoes, which isn't too bad, but it's like it's not going to be zone of interest.
Yeah, well, and okay, when it comes to Super Mario Brothers, when I saw the movie, my instant reaction, aside from the fun time I was having, was how else are you going to make a movie about this concept? And it could have gone one of two ways. They could have done another weird attempt, like in the '90s, with that grimy live action Super Mario Brothers movie,
which even though it's considered one of the worst movies of all time, and I think we talked about this on, I forgot which of our longer episodes. Then we talked about how the definition of what a bad movie is has changed over time. The Super Mario Brothers live action movie from '93 or '94?
93.
93. It's a terrible movie, but it has so much style to it.
Well, compared to what comes out these days, it's actually not a thoughtless film. It's an interesting dystopian film. But the new Super Mario Brothers movie, it has a plot, it has a coherent story to it. The bad guy desperate to marry Peach, even though she doesn't want to marry him. I thought that was actually a fun little commentary on misogyny. And you know what? It's a fun commentary on misogyny, fit for the kind of young audience this movie was probably made for. If you're in your 30s and you think there's not enough depth in Super Mario Brothers, my friend, you might have just grown out of it.
It also doesn't sound stupid. It sounds quirky. It's not stupid like Wish. But we'll get to. We're saving our.
Okay, you know what? It's a better movie than Wish. I'll just say
we're gonna save our best and worst for last because I know those are the things people tend to like. But kind of, I guess, since we're talking about pretty good movies, let's just jump into it. So, what I would consider my third tier, I call it something different every year. This year, it's the Jury Prize because I was inspired by how Cannes Film Festival awards prizes. Solid and engaging films of 2023. Starting at the very bottom of the list, and remember, this is not a linear list.
Yeah.
That's just you have to put things in kind of in a ranking. All these things are nebulous. I'm not giving them a score because I think that also does a disservice. But these are films that engaged me to an extent, but had other things that I didn't like about it, or they were just better films. So some of these I don't think you've seen. I know for a fact you do not see Godland.
No, I have not seen Godland yet. No. But I have to. It's on Criterion Channel.
I'm very curious. I did not connect with the film at all. But I'm not going to tell you anything about it. Let's just say that it's a beautifully shot film. That this director, his name is Hilner Palmason. His background is actually photography.
Which explains the look of the movie,
yes,
I guess. Yeah.
But it also deals with colonialism, but in Iceland. So Iceland was under Danish protection up until, I believe, the 20th century. So pretty recent.
It's a very young country in that sense, in terms of its independence.
And this film kind of deals a bit with that. But this is middle of the list. I'll just start reading some stuff up from bottom to top. Again, this doesn't mean terrible. It just means pretty good.
It sounds like it's you still liked something about the movie enough. So if the plot wasn't that engaging, at least the visual texture was.
There's going to be some scandal on here for sure.
Oh
there's one in particular that you're going to probably want to slit my throat. So at the very bottom,
Megan.
No. Oh,
which I liked.
No,
Megan,
even worse. We saw it at the Cannes Film Festival in IMAX. Takeshi Kitano's Kubi.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, you know what? That's not so bad. I actually had a fun time at that movie.
It was fun. It was just silly.
It
and
was
nonsensical. It's a movie that just ended.
it was too long for me. I thought it was just too long. I mean, it's a for those of you not familiar with the title, because I'm not sure if it received a proper U.S. release. It's one of those movies.
So
I lost track of that one, but it's a balls to the wall samurai epic with a lot of epic battles and decapitations and wild
Harry,
action.
remember the guy on the boat?
Yes, yeah. Okay. I understand why that one's on your list though, because it's not a bad movie at all. It's visually engaging. It's got this great energy to it. I thought it was a little too long. The plot gets a bit incomprehensible
In between
the third
action,
act.
there's a lot of like just people talking at each other.
It meanders a lot.
So that one, it's at the bottom.
But it's not a bad film.
It's not bad.
It's not
Remember,
bad at all.
we have to understand these aren't bad.
Yeah.
Best and worst are going to be at the very end of our.
Oh, and for any film buffs watching, I think a perfect reference for that movie is he directed that big cult favorite that he directed.
I can tell you exactly what a Battle Royale.
Yes, exactly.
Or did he direct it or was he in it? Because he's an actor too.
No, but the other one, the one about the killer. The name is escaping me right now. Was it Ichi
Outrage?
The Killer? It's the one with the famous poster of the guy with the.
I don't think he directed that.
But
he did direct Zatoichi.
That's the one I was thinking about.
The 2003 film, which is amazing.
Yes.
Left an impact on me.
Zatoichi.
I finally got a Blu-ray of that. I'm very happy.
Zatoichi. So film buffs out there, especially if you're into cult cinema, you're going to recognize that name. This is his latest film. Again, I don't know if it received a proper U.S. release, but it was on an IMAX screen. Really
that helped the experience.
Yes.
For sure.
Which makes sense to be on that list because there are certain movies where, and this might be a bit of a hot take, but I haven't seen it since it first released, but I suspect I would not be into Avatar: Way of the Water on a normal TV screen.
I agree.
As much as on an IMAX 3D screen.
You know what? Perfect example.
Yeah.
Dune.
Dune is a perfect example.
You saw it on IMAX.
I saw it on IMAX.
I saw it on my home TV. And I think because you saw it on IMAX, I think we're roughly on the same page on what we think about it, but on a subjective level, you have a better ranking of it than I do because you saw these images on one of the biggest screens.
Well, and I can confirm that because I saw it at the IMAX Center with the headquarters in Marina Del Rey.
Oh, so like the most legit
IMAX
screen you can get.
And I walked out pretty stunned by the movie. But then, because this was during COVID when Max was simultaneously releasing them in theaters. When they released it in theaters and on Max, I watched the first 15 minutes again on just my home TV.
And you're like, this doesn't feel.
And it was just a different vibe. I was like, this doesn't feel as immersive and as epic as the way I saw it in a theater. So I can see why these movies would rank. For example, Godland. I can imagine the experience of seeing a film like that on a big screen is probably different from watching it at home.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Now, since you mentioned, I think Godland has more. I think it's more of a pacing thing. I understood what he was going for with the ideas. I just don't think it executed them the best way.
Oh no, but but see that's the thing, because even pacing, I think movies where I have a problem with the pacing, if they're visually majestic on a big screen, I'll give you a perfect example. Terrence Malick famously about 6 or 7 years ago, released a documentary called The Voyage of Time, which is he basically re-edited the creation sequences from Tree of Life into a documentary about the evolution of the Earth. I went to see it in IMAX because they were showing it at the IMAX at USC, at the science center that they have there at USC. So
glorious.
Then Mubi put it out as a streaming option, and I was like, this is just the clips from Tree of Life, Terrence. Where's the majesty? And it's because it wasn't on this skyscraper size screen.
So Hey, that's part of it too. It's so interesting film criticism because there's so many elements that go into how much you connect with something. We've mentioned this 100 times. There are some objective qualities in how we see films,
Of course,
but there are also some technical masterpieces that we might not connect to. We use his name all the time, but Tarkovsky.
Oh, perfect example.
Brilliant filmmaker. Yes. But if you don't connect with his films, it's completely understandable.
And it reminds me of what Pauline Kael once said, where she said, and she had many controversial opinions that went against the grain all the time, because she said her job was, I go to the movie theater, I sit down, I watch the movie, and I ask, what just happened to me? So in other words, that's why when people feel bad because they didn't like something that's considered, a classic or a masterpiece, I always say, well, there's no rules. If that's your honest reaction to the movie, then the question is, what was it about the film that you didn't connect with and why? And there's no right or wrong answer. It's if you watch Star Wars and you don't like it, there's a
but you
reason.
get to a point.
Yeah.
Some people take that as movies bad.
Yes,
and
exactly.
That is dishonest.
Exactly.
That is dishonest.
Yeah.
We have a good friend who might see this, did not like Oppenheimer at all. That doesn't mean it's a bad movie.
Yeah.
That just means you didn't connect with it.
And it worked for him.
Yes.
For specific reasons he's articulated. Not that I agree with all of them, but those are his reasons. And
another one, my dad saw Killers of the Flower Moon. Not the biggest fan of it.
Oh, I read his review. Yeah. That's hot take. Because it's on my list. So I'm sure we'll argue about that.
It almost made it onto my list.
Almost. What?
Yeah. So going through my third tier, Reptile, the Netflix movie. I just put it on one day. It is one of the most bizarrely put together films I've ever seen. No joke.
I heard that was awful.
It's not awful. It's bizarre in a way where I'm like, what is going on?
It might have just thrown people off who are used to more.
It's not great, but no scene, like an actual scene, I'm not talking about a setup. No scene lasts for more than 2 minutes, and it just keeps moving on, and I'm just like, what? So what I wrote on Letterboxd, if I can find it, because I wrote a little thing for it. I always get turned around with this. I think I said it was basically a love child between David Lynch and David Fincher.
Wow, see that's kind of a hot take though, because
but I said a failed one night stand between David Lynch and David Fincher. So
which does happen. I think too many when directors try to play with surrealism, I think they're attracted to the form, but not the discipline of it. So I think when people watch Lynch, they like the weirdness of it, but they don't quite comprehend his technique or what he's trying to do with those strange images 100%. And those dreamlike images.
So let me read you what let me read you what I wrote. A failed one-night stand between a Martin Scorsese and David Lynch. No scene lasts more than a couple minutes. Twists and turns simply appear like ghostly specters, and the god-awful original soundtrack seems to have been whipped out 2 minutes before the assignment was due. Certainly one of the most bizarre films of 2023. Also, Justin Timberlake delivers one of the funniest line deliveries of the year, where he says, "Get the fuck out," but it's hilarious.
Justin, what happened, man? You had such a great start in film with
Social Network.
Now, of course, he's a bit burned at the moment after Britney's book came out. I actually just finished reading it a couple of days ago, and yeah, he does not come out. He does not come out very very good in the book. But come on, I mean, what always fascinates me about people like Timberlake is they have the power to choose projects. Now, I'm not judging the guy. There might have been something in the script that was very very appealing, and maybe that's why the result of the movie or the resulting film is a movie that clearly had some kind of at least quirky allure that it made your list, but it just doesn't reach the finish line. It just doesn't deliver.
It's bizarre for sure.
Yeah.
Next, moving up, A Haunting in Venice.
That was not bad.
To be honest with you, I thought Death on the Nile was the best of the three.
No, I agree. I don't think Haunting in Venice is better than Death on the Nile. I think Death on the Nile was that one had the right balance of Kenneth Branagh's attempt at doing a more popcorn kind of Agatha Christie, but still keeping the Agatha Christie spirit going. Haunting in Venice,
too many Dutch angles, bro.
Too many Dutch angles. It's struggling so hard with trying to be an actual murder mystery and a Halloween movie at the same time, but it still had a very entertaining pace. Really cool style, I thought.
It was about 90 minutes.
Yeah, if I were rating it, let's say if I was doing the star system, if I was doing like the 4-star rating system, I'd give that one a solid 3. The production design is fantastic. The casting was spot on. And it had nice moments of atmosphere.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought it was a nice fall popcorn entertainment.
That was released in like September for some reason.
If you leave at the door let's say your preconceptions about Agatha Christie or any just real fandom about Agatha Christie, if you kind of just take it on its own, because it's not even faithful to the book that it's adapted from.
The only thing I could think of when I saw this is that I would love to see a 4th one, but I don't think Kenneth Branagh should direct it.
Yeah, the thing with Branagh is, and we talk about this in our Frankenstein episode, which is now available on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, which we did for Halloween. Branagh, as brilliant of an artist as he is, and he's definitely a great director, or a skilled one. The jury's still out on the level of his greatness. He does have an ego. So I think what gets in the way of his Agatha Christie movies is he's the center of the whole thing, and he likes to make himself the center of it. And that may be why a bit of the charm of the classic Agatha Christie style is lost in Haunting in Venice.
Now, did you remember the boy in the movie?
Oh yes, yeah.
Did he look familiar to you at all?
No. Who was that?
He was the kid from Belfast.
Whoa.
Yes, sir.
But here's the thing. Belfast is such a great film.
Belfast is great.
It's a great film. If you haven't seen it, check it out. I don't care if Alfonso Cuarón is watching, but Belfast is what Roma thinks it's doing.
Fuck you.
Yeah, and Belfast is what Roma thinks it is.
Doing.
But see, Belfast is such a great film that my brain just did not link the two
actors from there. Jamie Dornan.
Oh, that's right.
His best performance. That guy is a good actor.
He's very good. Dornan is one of these guys, kind of like Colin Farrell, where I think early on in his career, he started getting typecast as in these kind of genre or popcorn flicks, these franchise attempts, 50 Shades of Grey and all that stuff. But I think once they move back into the art house world and into the smaller film realm, you really see what they're made of. And I think Dornan has a future like Colin Farrell.
He's also done great TV.
Fantastic TV. They're both they're both very, very good actors.
Well, Colin Farrell has made such a huge comeback.
Oh yeah.
Although it's funny, another movie I'm going to talk about in about 3 entries. As bad as Alexander was, I have to give Colin Farrell credit. That boy put 110% into playing Alexander.
Okay, and you know what? And it's good you brought that up, because Alexander actually turns 20 this year. It's the 20th anniversary of Alexander.
Wow.
Alexander is one of those interesting, I guess you'd call a failure, but it's a failure done with heart. You can sense that everyone in the movie is passionate about making the movie. It's just that it didn't come out the way it was.
Casting was weird.
The script was all over the place. I don't think Oliver Stone.
And there's a reason we mentioned this, because there'll be an entry that I will talk about in just a minute, which I don't remember if you put it on worst or anything. You know exactly what film I'm talking about. But we'll get there in a minute.
Okay.
We'll get there in a minute.
Okay.
We'll be here for a while.
Okay.
I'm running down. Basically, what I'm doing, I'm running down every single film I saw this year. So
oh my God.
we have some Jack Daniels. So
Because I've got. Let's see my list here.
Oh yeah, pull it up.
Let me pull up.
Because you just did best and worst, but I think your honorable mentions for worst, I think, might fit into this category that I'm talking about.
I'll quickly bring up my worst because we're building up to the best, right? So
we're building up the best and worst.
Best and worst. So, but on my worst, at the bottom of the list, number 10 is one of the nails in the coffin of the DCEU this year. Well, last year now, we're 2024. Shazam! Fury of the Gods. Why was this made? It has no reason to exist. Did
that come out last year?
That was 2023. Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Shazam. I'm very
really
Shazam! Fury of the Gods. That was. Let me pull it up here. Shazam!
Wow, I forgot. I think I saw it on HBO Max, but I'm not.
March.
Wow.
March 2023.
So this is where I'm at. He has to see these movies.
Yeah, I have no choice.
I'm really done with the superhero stuff. I think the last great one was the Batman, because that was like an actual movie. I can't deal with it anymore.
I don't want to waste our streaming time on this, but the only appealing part of the whole movie, which was another section people hated, and it may be a hot take but I know I like the movie, but this is a hot take. The only part I liked was the unicorn with the Skittles, and that was it.
What?
Yes, they're so
what?
so there are these. There are these.
What are you talking, dude? What are you talking about?
There are these monster unicorns that come out of the other realm that Shazam is fighting, and the villain is going to unleash these beasts on New York City or wherever I forgot where the movie takes place, but it's always in these big urban centers. So these demonic unicorns are charging down the street, right, to destroy everything.
You're lying to me.
No.
Why are you creating these false stories?
And you know how all the Shazam heroes are these kids?
Yeah.
So the smallest sibling, the little girl with the glasses, the really sweet one from the first movie, and they're a little more grown up in this one, but she's still the youngest. She's like, well, I know what to do. So as these demon unicorns are charging at them, she takes out a bag of Skittles and pours the Skittles on her hand and just holds it out. And the demon unicorn stops and licks the Skittles.
You're lying.
Yeah, and she goes, taste the rainbow.
You're lying. You're lying.
No, this is.
You're a liar. You're a fraud.
This is why it's in the list.
You're lying.
What are you talking about? I'm serious. She goes, taste the rainbow.
I need another Jack Daniels to forget what you just told me.
This was a high budget Warner Brothers.
You're a liar.
You're a liar. I'm serious. This
Oh
happened.
my God.
This exists. So
hand me that.
And then before we get back to your tier, my second my number 9 for worst of the year. Gotta pop that up. I gotta pop that up. And people watching, you knew about this movie. Everyone was raving about this, expecting it in early 2023. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Okay, it's on. You know why it's on my worst of the year list? It's not because I have anything against the concept. It's precisely because the concept is so cool. Okay, if you told me you were making a serial killer Winnie the Pooh, I'm gonna go watch that. I'm gonna go watch that.
It's not fun.
No, it's so bad. It's okay. So, number one, the whole movie looks like a terrible USC student film. The whole thing.
So a USC student
film. USC student film. And there's no real humor. He doesn't really push the movie to where it should go. Like, it should be a movie that should have anarchic, cheerful madness and joy to it. It does not have that. And then right before we get back to your list, my number 8, Fast 10. because
that should be a lot higher, my guy.
well, because what's further up is bad. But Fast 10, can we just stop it? Let's stop making these movies. No one cares anymore.
Just stop. Get some help.
Jason Momoa is not Joaquin Phoenix. That's actually an argument I had all through the summer. Too many people were telling me, "Oh man, but I love Jason Momoa." I was like, "What are you talking about? He's just imitating. He's trying. It's like a poor man's Joker or poor man's Like what are you guys talking about?
Jesus, that's only number 8.
Movie makes no sense, and it even goes for the corny. Everyone's trying to copy Marvel. Everyone's trying to do the MCU. I was really annoyed with the way it in a very crass way tried to copy the Marvel formula by ending it with a special extra scene.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah.
What was it?
So it ends with, and I don't care if I'm spoiling it for anybody because Fast and the Furious. The movie itself ends with Vin Diesel in a canyon, right, facing off with the bad guys, and of course
you're lying.
Yeah, so
you're a liar.
Yeah, Vin Diesel staring.
Why are you making up fake movies?
No, this is what happens. So Vin Diesel standing in the canyon, staring at the camera, and then Jason Momoa says something idiotic, and then it turns out, of course, there's bombs strewn all over this canyon that are
You're lying
down.
again.
And of course, they explode just as it cuts, as it ends. Then it cuts to The Rock, walking into a room with all these screens where like Jason Momoa's voice is calling him out, like, yeah, I've been waiting this long for my revenge. Because in case anyone who hasn't seen the movie, I don't care if this is a spoiler, Jason Momoa is the son of the gangster who gets killed in Fast 5. So that's the plot. That's the plot.
Wow.
The guy's
I think you're still lying though.
No, the guy's been waiting 10 years to get revenge.
So
apparently.
Stupid.
So of course, the final in the Marvel ripoff scene, The Rock just looks at the camera and is like, "I'm an easy man to find," and then it cuts, and that's the end. Come on, that's just a bad. Let's get back.
So
no more of these.
I have a lot to get through. A lot. That's why we got our refrescos. Oh, yeah. Number 27. I've only gone through 3 movies.
What? Oh
I saw. Hold on. I can tell you how many. I this year alone, I have seen. Where's my 62 movies. 62. You've probably seen like 150.
Yes, I've seen a lot of films.
But I've seen 62. So I ranked all of them,
including the ones I've seen in my free time. To be honest, so I try to catch up with classics and with just little pleasure.
So I'll try and speed through, especially if we talked about them. Then I won't do it as much.
That's too many movies, dude. No.
Go to the essentials. No. I'll go through them so people can kind of get my thought. Especially, there's going to be one that you are going to be shocked I put it in here. But hey, all right, number 27. It Lives Inside. Nice debut feature from Bishal Dutta.
Yes, who, if you go to the Santa Monica College Film Program YouTube page, you'll see a fun Q&A we did with Bishal after he screened.
We uploaded it for our podcast.
Yes. So also check out the episode on our podcast pages. He did a screening of the film at his alma mater, Santa Monica College, and we had a good time doing a little Q&A with him after the movie. I know, you know what? I agree. That was a strong debut in terms of style and tone from Bishal. I'm very excited to see what he does, especially if he sticks to the horror genre.
He just needs a good writer. That was my biggest thing.
Yes, I think the concept was great for It Lives Inside. I think when he teams up, when he finds his Paul Schrader, when he finds his John Carpenter, to co-write the next one, he could turn out something real special. And this one had some nice Carpenter-esque moments. If you like those classic Carpenter flicks like Christine and stuff.
Halloween, of course.
Halloween. This movie has some nice moments like that. And it was kind of cool to see a movie with Indian American characters where he avoids a lot of the stereotypes that you see in typical Indian American representation in movies. So I can see why that one's on your list. That was a fun one. That was definitely a fun one.
The next,
props to you, Bishal.
El Conde. We did.
Well, that's on your list. That was well.
It's because it's just objectively not a bad movie.
I'm just trying to spice up the.
It's
live
just
feed.
I'm gonna spice things up. No. One of these films you're not gonna believe. Actually, a few of them.
Okay. Well, El Conde, I will quickly state I liked the first act a lot. I really love the way Pablo Larraín plays with fantasy and satire to imagine Augusto Pinochet as a
Actually,
counter-revolutionary vampire.
It has the same opening as Napoleon, except it's better.
Way better. Well, way better, because at least El Conde has political satire to play with.
A little bit.
Whereas Napoleon by Ridley Scott is simply Ridley Scott playing with costumes and nice photography.
We'll get to that in a minute.
We'll get to that in a minute.
But
I was disappointed by
I
Napoleon.
think Chilean history and actually all of the Western Hemisphere has a very dark and tragic history that was kind of the fault of Henry Kissinger and the CIA and U.S. imperial interests. And I like films that tackle it, especially in a more surreal, dark fantasy element. I just think, again, it kind of gets lost in actually being a vampire movie. It's speckled with some good stuff, but it's not consistent.
And Larraín, though, I would say that's just his catalog. I think he's a very talented director, very, very obviously he's a skilled filmmaker to get to where he is right now, but his films are hit or miss for me. So, for example, I liked and I know your dad will disagree with me, but I liked Neruda, but I didn't like Spencer. I liked his Stephen King adaptation, Lisey's Story. But
I liked Spencer, but after about halfway through the movie, when I realized that he wasn't gonna evolve his idea, that's what dropped off of it. I liked what he did with it, but when he didn't evolve it anymore, that's when I was like, oh.
Well, I like, for example, I liked Lisey's Story, his Stephen King adaptation on Apple TV, but I didn't like Jackie. I mean, so
I didn't like Jackie either. I was too nice on it when I first saw it.
That movie has not grown with me over the years, and I also was slightly disappointed by his 2020 Chilean film Emma, about Chilean Santiago street dancers in contemporary Chile. I thought that movie, beautiful images. He knows how to frame a shot very well.
Yes, he does.
But the story just doesn't really go.
That's not enough anymore, especially with a movie that's on my worst of the year, which I really detest. And the only reason it's not on the worst movie of the year is because we both suffered through the worst movie of the century, which you'll have to find out about that a bit. So let me keep going. Number 25, Ferrari.
Oh, yes.
By far the biggest disappointment of the year.
Yes.
I don't know what happened. I think the easiest way we can describe what happened was Michael Mann did not know how to translate all the knowledge in his head into film.
The story escaped him. And here's the thing. Now, of course, for you longtime listeners, we've been building up for over a year to Ferrari because we've been doing our Chronicles of Man series where we run through the entire oeuvre of man and everything he's been doing since the late 70s. This one, especially when you've been diving into his entire body of work and seeing what defines his films and the characters that fascinates him, this movie really felt halfway. It doesn't really feel like a complete portrait of anything, and it ends like on half a chapter. I'm not even kidding. It really ends like
the worst ending of the year. We couldn't believe it.
Yeah,
when the film just ended, we just looked at each other like, what the fuck just happened?
I think critics who are loving the movie are channeling a general love for Michael Mann into the film, whereas we're approaching it from like
the critical eye,
and also from the angle of like precisely because we're such fans of Michael Mann, we were expecting much more from this movie.
You know what? This movie, I think for both of us this year, was how we felt with Power of the Dog.
Yes, yeah,
which is our hidden pilot episode, which we may or may not dig up some point if we do a Patreon.
Yeah, I mean,
but they're both movies that genuinely overwhelming positive press, and we just did not.
Well, and from directors we genuinely admire, like directors that we've genuinely had a great
In
time.
the Cut
with
is one of the
movies.
best
erotic thrillers, of the last
probably
20
ever.
years.
Mark
yeah,
Ruffalo is fantastic. I wish he channeled more of that into Poor Things.
Yeah. Okay, that's a hot take. I'll you know, we'll get to that later. But for example, Jane Campion made The Piano, which is, I mean, that's just a great film. And then to come out with Power of the Dog
And An Angel at My Table.
Angel at My Table,
which is amazing.
Bright Star, one of the best films
yes.
ever made about a poet's life. I mean, great movie. But yeah, then it's like when you compare all that to Power of the Dog, you're left with empty air in your hands.
People were projecting depth into that movie, and people are projecting depth into Ferrari.
Exactly.
The things, because I've read a lot of the reviews that I could, and I understand where they're coming from, but it's just not in the movie.
Well, for example, okay, a review I read that was trying to make.
Was it Richard Brody?
No. But they
were also shilled so hard for this movie.
That was in LitHub. The critic tried to argue that Ferrari is like a portrait of, you know, the decay of contemporary capitalism, and I was like, what? What are you talking about? Like what? I get it. You went to college. You have a degree in something, but that's just overreaching with that film. So yeah, no, I can see, but here's the thing though, because it's Michael Mann, you still see the skill of the filmmaker.
There's a meticulous attention to detail.
You see the skill, you see the visual eye, even though it's not as rich as his best films. You still see that eye there.
Yes.
And that
look,
technique.
The racing scenes are great. He knows how to frame a shot. There are good elements in the substance. Penelope Cruz gives one of the stronger performances of the year. I would not be surprised if she ends up. She's the best actor in the movie by far.
She steals the whole
I would
film.
not be surprised if she gets shortlisted for Best Supporting Actress, and if she doesn't, why?
It's a disconnect. Look, so for example, a friend of mine saw Ferrari a couple of nights ago, and this is what they said about the movie, because it's one of those where you think, are we going crazy? I think we're just genuine.
It's tough love
outliers in the critical community, because this is a friend of mine who's not a critic but went to see the movie, and I said, "What do you think about Ferrari?" And she goes, "Honestly, it was a 5.5 movie. Adam Driver's accent was a bit distracting."
Wait, 5.5, like out of 10?
Yeah. Okay. And she goes. The only good thing was Penelope Cruz. She was really good and the only human being in the whole movie, even though she filled the role of the neurotic wife in a typical old white male written movie. Now, this is a modern female viewer watching the film.
But she has a point.
But she has very much a point.
One of the things we've criticized is, and it fluctuates, of course, because sometimes it works within what Mann is going for, like in Heat, but the women characters are kind of stripped down to basically two roles in his movies. And this is it is his best written female character in his entire filmography.
Oh, and not even exaggerating. And it's curious because...
Actually, second best, technically, Tokyo Vice. The main actress, but I don't know if he wrote the episode.
Well, and one also we stick to his
just his movies,
his filmography.
Yes.
It's true. It's a curious situation because his best films, Heat, Thief, Public Enemies, Collateral, the women become background noise essentially. Yet his best written female character is in one of his weaker films.
Yes.
Now it's a better film than his 2015 film, Black Hat.
Debatable, but you'll have to wait for us. Yeah. Once we have one more episode of Chronicles of Man.
Yeah, exactly.
And
here's a hot take. Here's a hot take. And Richard Brody would try to firebomb my house after I say this. Black Hat is a visually superior film to Ferrari.
I agree.
But
I think we might have different reasons for why we think that. But you guys will have to
gotta
wait.
wait for Chronicles of Man,
We got a lot of
yeah,
films
yeah,
left.
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
25 Ferrari, 26 Napoleon.
Yeah, all I can say about that movie is
Okay.
it looks good. That's it. It
So
looks
let
good.
me put it this
looks
way.
good. That's
Okay.
the only thing I can say about that movie.
There are a few directors this year that have unintentionally exposed what movies they should be making. Michael Mann kind of did that with Ferrari.
Yeah.
Don't whatever he did in Ferrari, don't do that. Don't do that. Ridley Scott with Napoleon. This dude should be staging dramatic reenactments of battles because those three scenes he did are absolutely stunning.
Oh no,
without a doubt, they are incredible.
No, look, the man is a master, and his visual technique has been an influence on films since he first popped on the scene and since he first really made a mark with Alien. But this movie, yeah, that's the only good thing. That's the only thing I really enjoyed about it, which was, well, two things. The visuals, they're beautiful, they're meticulous, they've got that Ridley Scott perfectionism to them, and Vanessa Kirby. And that's it. That's all I liked about the movie.
Yeah, she's all right.
I liked her as Josephine.
Okay.
Okay, you know what? I liked her in the first act a lot. I liked that punkish kind of Josephine. I liked how when Napoleon first meets her, she's wearing this... So the French aristocracy, soon after the Reign of Terror ended, they started wearing, as a fashion statement, these red little strings or bands around their necks as a tribute to the people that had been killed by the guillotine. And so that was cool. Those kind of little details were a lot of fun.
I don't think the visuals were that great, though. And I think part of it was the color grading was fucking awful.
What? I thought it looked like any other Ridley Scott movie, though. He uses the same color grading. Which is the problem. Yeah,
he should have not done that for the whole movie. I think the worst element, and also the dialogue is not great.
No, it's terrible. Joaquin Phoenix.
Oh, you know what? One of the worst performances of the year.
Joaquin Phoenix is dead in that movie. I think too many people are trying to claim it's because it's actually a comedy, but it's.
Here's the problem: the tonal inconsistency. There are clashing tones in this movie. The visual movie, the more historical battle elements.
Yeah.
There was interpersonal drama, and there were satirical elements in the movie, but none of it was cohesive.
See, I think Scott, and you know what, Sir Ridley, I still would like to work for you.
Of course.
Day. But so forgive me if I'm jumping the gun here, but I think the problem is Scott might be a bit of a British reactionary when it comes to the French Revolution. So I think he thinks he's mocking tyrants when in the way he's portraying Napoleon. But what he doesn't realize is he's making a very toneless, inconsistent film that doesn't capture the complexities of Napoleon and what made a figure like Napoleon so appealing. And you brought up Alexander earlier. It reminds me of what Roger Ebert wrote about Alexander when he criticized Colin Farrell's performance, saying that the problem is Colin Farrell doesn't have the necessary madness or charisma to convince you that this guy convinced these thousands of soldiers to follow him in conquering the world. Napoleon needs that same kind of madness in the eye, because we're talking about a very important moment in world history where the modern world was beginning. So to be someone like Napoleon, to do what he did, whether you're mocking him or satirizing him or praising him, you still have to capture the essence of what this personality was like. And even when you're talking about fascists, for example, an example I always love to use is this Italian movie called Vincere about Mussolini.
And Martin Eden.
Never do you get the sense the director agrees with Mussolini, but you see
he's fascinated.
Yeah.
How does a person become like this?
Well, and you see the dark charisma and the drive of this guy that eventually made him into the historical giant that everyone knows about. I mean, that's the cliche about Hitler, right? That the guy could manipulate and hypnotize a crowd, which is how he was able to take over Germany. It doesn't obviously, obviously, I think we can all agree Hitler was a villain and a monster, but these monsters aren't produced out of nothing. They're not boring, stale creatures, And Napoleon.
He was stale and a creature.
Exactly. Yeah, Napoleon needs in this movie, you're sitting there thinking, really? Are people really invading Egypt for this guy? like are people really following this guy into Russia?
It was good point. So the other problem with this is it tried to speed run the famous points in Napoleon's life. Without a point.
Yeah. Oh,
it's like he's in Egypt. It's like, why?
Why? Oh, well, if you know nothing about the French Revolution or nothing about,
they also fucked that up. He was there at the beheading of Marie Antoinette.
Oh, that was so bad. Why? Well, that felt like such a cliche move. Like, hey, it's Napoleon, right? Everyone associates him with the French Revolution, so we had to show him at Marie Antoinette's beheading. It's like, no, who cares? Like, why do we need that? That's not like. Look, I'm sorry if that's almost treating the audience like they're too stupid because it's almost like saying like, oh, by the way, I need to show Marie Antoinette being beheaded at the beginning of the movie because it's the only way I can get across to viewers that Napoleon was a product of the French Revolution. No, just tell a good story about Napoleon. Just find a way to make his life into which Abel Gance did so great in the silent film Napoleon from the 1920s.
Actually, so one thing that stood out to me, it's one of those films that makes you think of better films.
Oh,
the first thing,
War and Peace.
Not only that, but Sergei Bondarchuk's Waterloo.
Yes,
and Master and Commander.
You don't need to have a PhD in French Revolutionary Studies, which I'm sure doesn't exist anymore anyway, because everyone's studying finance now. But you don't need to have a PhD in that period in history to get that Napoleon is an important guy and is conquering all these places.
He's one of the great conquerors of the
history of the world
of the 19th century. Actually, no, of the world.
Of the world. Right. Look, I'm sorry if you don't know who Napoleon is at all. This just might not even be the movie for you.
This movie, and it makes it sound like I hated it, but as I said, there are aspects I liked. This movie, if you know who Napoleon is, it's one of those that you watch the movie and then you somehow know less about Napoleon.
Yes, you learn zero about Napoleon, and
dude just wanted to be a daddy.
Yeah, it literally like the guy. They reduced the whole movie basically to Napoleon was this boring guy who shacked up with a crazy.
He liked Ambien.
Yes, and he had a thing for this freak, And even then, and I'm not being a misogynist because I actually think the movie does a disservice to Josephine because they take away her complexity and they take away what would attract this guy who has these ambitions?
And you don't even learn about his ambitions.
Zero.
That's the crazy thing.
Zero.
I'm sorry. No.
Why is he conquering stuff?
Yeah, exactly.
Why is he?
You learn nothing about why is he doing all this. He's just there.
Because at least Oliver Stone and Alexander gives the guy.
You understand why he.
Yes.
One of the great speeches of that movie is when, and this is recorded in history, when Alexander, he wants to conquer, was it India?
India, and yes.
And he does this big speech in front of his troops, and they just want to go home.
Exactly.
And he does this huge speech, and nothing. Crickets.
Oh, yes, exactly. So at least Stone knew what he wanted to say about Alexander the Great. And to go back to Ebert's review of that movie, Ebert, because Ebert was a genuine fan of Stone, he says, look, I mean, I think it's just a case where he wants to tell us so much about Alexander that he doesn't know how to cram it all into one
Well,
movie.
you know what happened? It's the same with Ferrari. In the sense,
Yes.
Stone had all this knowledge in his head, and he did not know how to translate that into film.
Exactly. And that's why you have to find a focal point. Now, Vincere, the film I mentioned from Italy, does a great job in focusing
And Downfall.
Downfall. They focus on a specific angle on this character, right? Downfall is about Hitler's last days in the bunker.
You've all seen the meme clip.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. That's
but the movie is genuinely excellent because it doesn't sensationalize Hitler. It really puts you in the shoes of what the hell was it like to be in that space at the end of World War II.
With the guy, but
who, for all accounts, was hopped up on meth.
Yes, yes. If you read the book Blitz, which I highly recommend, it's one of the best nonfiction books I've read in the last 7 years. It goes into that whole history of meth in the Third Reich. But
that's actually not a joke.
It's not a joke.
That's more real than bullshit about Skittles and unicorns. Like, fuck you.
Well, then we'll actually bringing that up. If we move up to my next film, No.
Is this how bad is this one? Because we'll say that. I have 2 special bottles in the cooler.
Let's see.
Which one?
Well, it's not that bad.
Okay, if it's not that bad.
7 is Love Again, which was. It's just made the list because rom-coms can go either way. They can either be nice little guilty pleasures, nice little charmers, or they can be teeth-grittingly annoying, and that's what this one was. This was nothing but a vehicle for Celine Dion to try to get back into movies, and
no shit.
It's basically a movie about a writer, a columnist who apparently lives in some parallel universe where a journalist these days can afford like a high-end New York apartment, who gets love advice from Celine Dion. And it was...
You see, that sounds like a movie that would end up at the bottom of what I have here.
No, but this is just bad. There's no the photography is standard. The acting is blah.
So it's bad. It's bad because it doesn't even execute the basics well. But it's not like really. Yeah. You put that above Fast X. Why would that be at number 10?
But I just had a worse time at Love Again.
Fair enough.
And then number 6. No, I was at number 6. You'll agree with. Because we both had a terrible. We went to see this one together.
No. We're saving that.
Okay. We'll save that one. We'll save that one from later.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll save that.
Let me keep running
through. Because that's one we saw together.
Yeah, dude.
Fucking hated it.
I'm gonna start speaking. Okay. So number 23, Chicken Run, Dawn of the Nugget.
Oh yeah, that was
charming movie. Yeah. Honestly, it's pretty much on par with the first movie. I just didn't. I don't know. I just didn't love it. I just thought it was charming.
No, I agree. I
didn't like Zachary Levi's the main chicken. It's like they took the Mel Gibson character and made him like brain damaged. I don't know why they did that.
well, because Mel is a persona non grata, even though apparently he is shooting The Passion 2 right now. So we'll see what happens with that. But I agree. I enjoyed the movie. It was, for what it was. It was a nice little follow-up 23 years later.
It was, to me, it was completely on par.
It was fun.
Love to see stop motion animation.
And it was charming. I like that whole idea of them having to break into that,
what? It wasn't cringe.
It wasn't at all. And that studio never makes cringe stuff.
Yes.
They make really good stuff.
It was nice. And I liked how they brought back... They brought back the villain from the first movie... And I liked how they subtly tackled simp culture.
Yes, that was fun.
I was like, but I just didn't love it.
No, also because the first one, if you haven't seen the first Chicken Run, please check it out. It's on Netflix.
Both of them are.
The first Chicken Run is basically, it's a classic break out of prison flick, but with chickens. I mean, it's really great.
It's nice.
It's charming. It's fun. I'll quickly recommend another movie by that studio, that stop motion studio from the UK. That got totally ignored when it came out 4 years ago. Early Man. I really like that movie. It's about cavemen playing soccer. And it's really good.
Yes.
It's really good. I love that movie. And it just got ignored.
Shaun the Sheep.
Shaun the Sheep is another one. check out those movies. They're a lot of fun.
These are the same guys that did the Wallace and Gromit
Yes,
TV show, Curse of the Were-Rabbit, which might be on Netflix. It's on one of the streaming services for free.
Dawn of the Nugget is it's a nice time.
It is literally on
nice
par.
It,
I was like, hey, nice. Okay.
I had a nice time.
Now, moving on to something completely different. Saltburn.
Man, okay, you know what? That wouldn't be on any of my lists, just because I felt nothing during that movie. What's her name? Emerald Fennell.
You know what? She should not write her own movies. Please stop writing. You are a terrible writer.
Skilled director. I know your dad disagreed, but I really liked. I not really liked, but I enjoyed.
I thought it was okay
Promising
with
Young
some
Woman.
serious problems.
I like Promising Young Woman. This one, though, Saltburn. My issue with this film is it doesn't really live up to what it claims to be doing. It's basically a modern day riff on Talented Mr. Ripley
and Kind Hearts and Cornets.
Yes, but it lacks the focus and the real sense of class warfare of those movies.
I agree.
And those stories.
Now, the reason it's on here, not on the worst, I liked the disparate ideas, and I liked how it switched up what it was about. The first half is very different from the second half.
Right.
Great photography. It's the same guy. I think his name is Linus Sandburn or something like that. He shot No Time to Die.
Oh, yes. Fantastic photography. Yeah.
That sumptuousness, which fit the material, unlike some other movies this year. But it wasn't consistent. And at the points when it went from the shock, I was like, what? But why? Because what happens when you find out what he's actually doing, it's like, so then why was the bathtub scene necessary?
Well, and who are we? I mean, what is the idea of the film? I mean, what is the idea of the film?
I can answer that. And I think he got it in a superficial sense. The idea of a working class person's desire to be wealthy and to live a wealthy life, it is infectious. And if you become obsessed with it, yeah, if you end up in this position where
I got that, but I mean, are we supposed to root for him? Are we supposed to think he's disgusting? Like, because what Talented Mr. Ripley is so good at is that you don't agree with what Tom Ripley's doing, but
charming.
But it's hard for you to also root for Jude Law because he really reveals himself as being a egomaniacal classist. Right? I love that scene where they start arguing on the boat and Jude Law starts slapping him and he's like, "What? Well, you third class looch? Who are you to say anything to me?" And I told you this a couple of days ago. Philip Seymour Hoffman in that movie,
probably one of the greatest actors of this generation,
and he's great in that movie as this Ivy League very wealthy guy who just kind of looks down at Tom as an interloper and gently mocks him, right?
Sure.
And that was those characters, you believe them.
No, this is a perfect example. Is you can tell what the influences are on a movie, but in the hands of a better writer, the movie would have turned out better. Yes, she's an amazing visual stylist, and she does know how to complement sumptuous visuals with some of the content, but not in a good enough way where it all justifies each other.
I'll bring it up because everybody was talking about it. Okay, the bathtub scene.
Everybody, I just mentioned it like 2 seconds ago.
I mean, it's like, come on.
But that's what I said. No, what drags it down.
It was nothing.
No, that's what I mean.
For its own sake.
It's disparate ideas of someone coming to terms with sexuality and that same desire, that carnal desire for wealth. She didn't know how to implement those ideas in a seamless way, what happens is you get the shock factor stuff. So the bathtub scene, the cunnilingus scene, and the grave scene. It's like, okay, it
goes nowhere, and I think it's a classic case of a director who thinks they're saying something, but they don't realize they're not really saying it. And I don't think your background is a factor in these things. I mean, plenty of directors have come from very rich backgrounds and made very radical movies. But
Or the opposite. We love Triangle of Sadness.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Which went overboard, literally, but it felt cohesive to the rest of the movie.
Exactly. With Saltburn, I think Fennel got taken in more by her style than by the substance of the story.
There is some substance there, which is why it's not on the worst of the year. It's just she needs a mentor to really help her shape these movies.
You know, I'm going to play a bit of Occam's razor to this movie. You know, you could have just adapted Patricia Highsmith's novel. Like you could have just adapted Talented Mr. Ripley, you know, and okay, fine, updated, set it in a, you know, modern setting. She's a millennial, so she's setting it in like 2006 or something. I think that's when the movie takes place. So fine, okay, like updated for the OOs and all that stuff. But you could have just kind of like Cruel Intentions back in the 90s when they updated Dangerous Liaisons for the modern era. You could have done that with Talented Mr. Ripley instead of over convoluting yourself with
it gets lost in itself.
Yes, exactly.
But it had elements enough that I could not put it on its worst. Now, here's something you didn't know. The butler in Saltburn, did he look familiar to you?
No, so you're way better catching these guys than I am.
Does the character of Talleyrand in Napoleon?
Oh, that's right.
At the end, when they're planning Waterloo, and it pans to him, and Napoleon calls him the traitor. It's the same actor.
These guys just get around.
There's a reason I'm going to start pointing this stuff out. Inspired by this excellent channel I like called In Frame Out. When the Oscar nominations come out, I know the Golden Globe stuff has just come out, but specifically the Oscars. Probably for the first time, we're going to do what we did in 2021. So we're going to look at the Oscar list. But I also want to do an alternative Oscars thing where we basically come up with our best supporting actress and all the normal categories, but for people that weren't nominated. So we'll come up with some categories, but some of these names, there's some repeats on here. Like, for example, the guy who plays the American cousin in Saltburn. Did he look familiar to you?
No, who was that?
Gran Turismo.
Oh, yes!
Which, another hot take.
Yeah.
I think it did a better job. It did a better job at tackling why people love the thrill of racing than Ferrari.
Okay, you know what? For me, that's not a hot take. I did enjoy Gran Turismo more than Ferrari. I thought Gran Turismo...
We'll get to that.
Okay, we'll get to that, but I thought that was a...
You know where I put Gran Turismo? Oh, wait, where is it?
Dude.
Here.
Our friend Wayne just texted. He says, because he's watching, Malkovich was a good Ripley. Yes, actually.
Yes.
I agree. John Malkovich, for those of you who might not be aware.
Another shout out. A film that influenced me as a kid. I saw Being John Malkovich when I was maybe like between 8 and 12. Man.
Spike Jonze. Jones. Classic Spike Jonze.
Wow.
That's a great film.
That scene in the restaurant when everyone becomes John Malkovich.
That's a great movie. 1999. That's when that came out.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That came out in 99?
That
year might be one of the best years of movie ever.
There's a whole book about it. Now, the film Wayne is referencing is, I love this movie, actually. Ripley's Game from 2002. Directed by Liliana Cavani, an Italian director. That was actually a very good movie. John Malkovich plays an older Ripley, who's older but hasn't lost his savviness and his.
I have to check that out.
It's really good. I discovered it back in ancient times when Walgreens still sold DVDs for $2.99 and $5.99. I remember it was one of those I just grabbed out of just curiosity and I took it home. I was like, hey, it's really good. Like, wow. But it's one of those.
You know what? Fun story about that. Public library. I must have been 10. I just started grabbing movies off the shelf. And one of them is called The Departed. Now, I didn't know anything about movies. And I saw it. I'm like, this movie's fucking awesome.
No, yeah, that's a good one.
I
too.
never made the connection that Martin Scorsese directed it because just nothing ever connected. And I remember we were talking one time, and I mentioned the same story, and you were like, "You mean?" Yes, of course, it won the
Best Picture, yeah. Well,
and I was like, Martin Scorsese directed that. He's like, I think you laughed, and it's
well,
like,
yeah.
and you were like, it's like,
well, because look, I'll age myself out and share that I saw that when it premiered in theaters.
Lucky bastard.
When I was in film school, I went after class.
I was lucky that I've finally seen a Scorsese movie in theaters, which is Killers of the Flower Moon, which we're gonna get to way down the line.
Oh man,
we got like 40 other movies to cover.
Well, my first Scorsese in theaters was okay, I'm going to age myself again. My first Scorsese in theaters was Bringing Out the Dead, 1999. Wow. Yeah. I mean, I was a tyke. I was a mere. I couldn't get in without my mother joining me. Sure. But it was Bringing Out the Dead.
We'll keep moving on the list. So that was Saltburn. Next one, Blue Beetle.
Oh no, that's an enjoyable movie.
I thought I was gonna hate that.
But you know what? Best DC movie of the year, basically.
Which isn't saying much.
Which is not saying much, but
to
it
be
was
fair,
still, yeah.
The trailers made it out to be more cringy than it was.
Yes, and
to be perfectly honest, it's a fun movie where the director got away with tackling issues of like American imperialism in the School of the Americas.
Well, the more I think about it, Blue Beetle is a fun 80s movie. The soundtrack's got that Tangerine Dream vibe.
And like late 80s, early 90s. So around the time Power Rangers became big, which our friend and producer Jose, we'll link his letterboxd. He specifically talks about the tokusatsu influence on this movie.
On Blue Beetle.
Including an actual practical suit.
Yes. Well, and here's the thing about Blue Beetle that I enjoyed most. We've forgotten about this now, because in America, as Gore Vidal said, we're the United States of amnesia.
Especially with TikTok, everything is a 15-minute news cycle.
But in the 80s, popcorn movies were also pretty politically conscious. I mean, you could watch something starring Arnold Schwarzenegger and somehow they reference the Contra War in Nicaragua or something. This movie really went back to that spirit where you're watching a fun superhero movie with likable characters.
They mentioned Fulgencio Bautista.
Yeah, they throw in politics. So like the villains on an island that was bought by the Cuban dictator that was overthrown by Castro. One of the villains was trained in like you said, the School of the Americas, where the U.S. trained a lot of Central American death squads and also military figures from the Southern Cone during the Cold War. That stuff you're never gonna see that in Aquaman, So it's kind of nice to see.
Aquaman does sound like it was made for people who drink way too much, like cough syrup.
Yes, The Lost Kingdom. It did not make my worst of list because I saw it after I compiled my list. But let's just say I'm not gonna see that again anytime soon. So that was just a bad.
Blue Beetle was a surprise. I might rewatch it. Sometime.
Our friend is in it, our good friend of P.D. Carrillo, the actress.
It's a good movie. Yeah. All right, moving on. The Equalizer 3. Now, this is another director. No, it's not bad. But this is another director that is very interesting.
I'm talking. Okay, you know what?
The reason I bring this up.
I'm talking
so, when Denzel kicks ass, it's amazing. But the reason that I put this on the list is this is a very interesting scenario, kind of like
I know where you're going. I know where you're going with this. I know
where it's very clear that Antoine Fuqua should make documentaries about working class people. Because you know what? The Equalizer 3, the majority of the movie is Antoine Fuqua expertly presenting the dynamic of this island off the coast of Italy. That's the majority of the movie, and I loved it.
Oh well, the visuals are fantastic.
But not only the visuals, but the way he presents the everyday, not just the lighting, but the way that he shows the very human side of life on an island.
Oh sure. Well, basically the little microcosmic vignettes.
Yes.
Are really cool. before Denzel starts taking
Look,
names,
it's very clear the
snapping
only
necks.
reason that's clearly the movie he wanted to make, but Sony would only give him money if he made an Equalizer movie.
I mean,
so
now I will say this: it is way better than Equalizer 2. I remember.
I don't agree with you.
Oh my. Okay.
I don't agree with you.
Okay. Look, Equalizer 3 at least is also elegant. Equalizer 2.
Okay, let me put it this way.
It is with the guy fighting in a hurricane.
Equalizer 3 is more elegant, but Equalizer 2 is the zenith of a modern Equalizer movie.
Okay, but nothing beats the first one. The dude takes him out with a nail gun in like a Home Depot. I mean, come on.
I forgot how I ranked it. But anyway, that's Equalizer 3.
Okay.
We saw it in IMAX. It was fun. Okay, next one. Oh boy. Poor Things.
What?
Look, to be honest, look.
I'll spoil now.
Poor
Things is number 3 on my best of the year.
And
so
this is where this is where I disagree. Look, I think
great movie.
I think it's a classic. I think it's a classic case that I admire Yorgos Lanthimos more than I like him. I like The Favorite a lot.
Favorite was great.
I like The Favorite. I didn't really connect with The Lobster, but I like the fact that he makes bold films that all the actors completely commit to making this vision a reality. I just don't think it has. Not that it doesn't have depth, but not as much depth as maybe the reviews might suggest. However, production design, cinematography, some performances, great. I think part of the problem, now that I'm thinking about it, not why I disliked it, but maybe why I didn't like it as much, is I think the actors, instead of letting the satire in the script play out itself, right? So playing something straight, and that's why it's funny. I think what happened was all the actors, not all of them, but most of them, chewed it up too much. Like they made a point of trying to overact things to make it funnier than it was.
Okay, look, I really like the film. I thought
that,
it was
that's why I know it's blasphemous, but I think that's what I thought.
Look,
while watching it, I think that for me that's the main thing of why.
I think that I think the film is a fantastic parable. I think it's a wonderful subversion of the Frankenstein story along a radical, you could say a radical, almost feminist line.
And let me make myself clear. I'm not saying I didn't like it. I'm just saying I didn't like it as much as Alci or other people.
Oh, right.
There are a lot of wonderful elements. I found the fact that the parable of a coming of age story, but that uses sex in that way, I found very interesting.
Well, no, but I loved Mark Ruffalo chewing the scenery because he's satirizing the douchebag Casanova. Right, I liked how he's satirizing the idea of the 19th century Casanova. I mean, I love that when he's in bed with her and he's like, "I feel sorry for you. You'll never have a lover like me," or something. You know, it's great.
It's not the worst. But I think part of it.
But then he's reduced to a begging, crying, scrambling guy, because as much as he thinks he's this hardened stallion, he actually ends up genuinely falling in love with
but I think that's good. I think where we disagree, I think one, the accents, I just couldn't do that. It's awful. Come on, man. Those are bad.
No, Lanthimos is like a Dadaist. He's using absurdity as a tool.
But okay, in the Lobster, people didn't need to put on accents. Okay, let me put it this way. I didn't love The Lobster, but I liked it a lot. And the reason I liked it is that the absurdity played out in itself. And Colin Farrell and Rachel Weisz and all these people didn't need to overplay the scenes to make the dark comedy work. Now, understand it's a different tone.
But a different subject matter and everything.
Sure, but I think the reason I didn't love Poor Things, again, I didn't hate it, absolutely not. But the reason I didn't love it is I think they were trying to brute force the absurdity.
Well, no, I think because I think the whole, but see, the film has its own rules that it follows, which is that
Sure, I get that.
from the beginning, it's all uh, absurd and exaggerated, starting with Willem Dafoe, right, as the Dr. Frankenstein allegory.
Yes, but
he
hold on. But that's where the visual style is so interesting. That's where
they go hand in hand. That's the thing.
Yeah, and I think that what I'm saying, I think that's what didn't work for me. And what I'm talking about is
it's
how
its
the
own
film
contained
is.
world, though.
Yes,
I mean, it's
yes.
not,
But I think that's why that's where some of the surreal, absurd elements didn't mesh for me. I think that the visual style, if it's already so bombastic and so intricate and so fantastic, really, I don't think the actors themselves need to be that overt all the time. For example, my favorite scenes in the movie, well, one was third act when she's at the brothel and the guy comes in with his kids. You know why I love that? Because the absurdity of what he's doing is so crazy, he didn't need to overact it.
exactly.
I love that. The second one, on the boat, when she meets the old lady and her friend, I love that because they weren't overplaying their part either.
No, because they don't have to.
Well, exactly. And I think that's where the contrast of Mark Ruffalo overplaying it based on the situation, that works.
Well, because
he, to me, I think he did that all the time.
Well, because his character is like that, right? So,
but all the characters are like that.
No, because the other characters go with the tone of who they are and what the world is, and so for example, there's the cynic on the boat.
Yes.
Right. Who's a calm, he's just kind of dry because he has no faith in anything. He's just a complete cynic who thinks that everything is doomed, and then he shows Bella the poverty and the truth about the world when they're in Alexandria. Mark Ruffalo, what makes his character so funny is that he is this exaggerated Casanova type who is then reduced to a shell of himself. But even when he's reduced to a shell of himself, he's still that exaggerated Casanova type. Like when she's getting married and he's in the chapel, look away from me, demon.
Okay, no. I think what's interesting, those moments when you overplay it, that works.
Well, because his characters are
yes,
overplayed.
but I think not all the time. I think you can be quirky. Okay, I think specifically his character, because again, I want to move on so we can get to the other tiers.
Yeah.
I think the point I'm making is you can be quirky, but I think the nuance is you should feel like he's trying to present the more of an image of himself, and then when he explodes in those moments, when he really overdoes it, then you make those moments stand out. I think at a certain point he just kind of does that all the time, and it's, for me, I didn't connect with that. And I think a lot of the performances towards, let's say, more of the about a third, 2/3 through the movie, that's where I was just like, I can't jive with this.
I don't know. I love the tone of it all throughout. Again, because it's not also one mesh. Like, he is that guy. Bella is who she is, right? She's this creation that we see grow throughout the movie with the brain of an infant in her adult body. Yes. And everyone basically stays consistent for the whole movie. And I think the thing is, with these picaresque films about journeys, the idea is that we bump into different types of people in our journey in life, and we bump into whacked out characters like Mark Ruffalo, and then we bump into more calm centered figures like the cynic, and then we bump into strangely ominous but fascinating characters like the brothel madam. And
she was great. I would say the not actively disliked, but I thought was the weakest, and I know this is the hot take again, Mark Ruffalo. I think overall I just didn't I just didn't necessarily connect with how his overall direction.
I mean, look, I saw it as like, for example, Candide, right? Like if you read Candide
Sure,
by
sure.
Voltaire, like these picaresque stories have that kind of diversity in the characters, and some are exaggerated, some are less so, and you know what is sustained is the tonal consistency of the whole movie, though. See, the movie as a whole never.
I agree.
Never,
no, I agree.
Never loses its consistency.
I just think it's more of just like a personal taste
type
thing, and I would love to watch it in 6 months, and maybe some of the points Alci's telling me about, or if I talk to someone else, that I'll bring that in. But for me,
well, I think your dad wants to write a whole essay on the film or something. Yeah.
But for now, for me, after one viewing, most of these movies I've only seen once. Very few exceptions I've seen twice, but we'll get to those later. That's why it's on there. But I would love to be wrong. The next one, The Creator.
Okay. I mean, okay. See, that one makes total sense on this tier because, I agree. It's a visually impressive film.
I love seeing I like seeing a new sci-fi world, but the problem is the story. We've seen it 100 times before.
The story left me very meh. I mean, it's another one of those guy with a tortured past finds a Jesus child.
iRobot did it better.
Yes, and he has to carry them through this.
We have a Breaking It Live on it. We have more thoughts on it, but I'll leave it there. Next one, a surprise for me. I don't think Timothée Chalamet is a great actor, but he was good as Wonka.
I mean, I had a good time at the movie. I wouldn't put it on any list.
But in this kind of list for me, I think it's a lovely.
That's a charming movie. It's a nice, charming film.
It has some good cinematography. I like the fact that it deals with corruption in an interesting way, using the allegory of chocolate as a way to deal with how corruption works.
Well, because it stays true to that Roald Dahl spirit, right? Where Roald Dahl didn't mince words when it came to some of the points he was trying to make with his children's stories. And this movie does that very well. You know, I like the corrupt cop who gets bribed with chocolate, and then by the end of the movie he's this big inflated guy.
I thought he would be that kind of new age Hollywood cringe.
No,
this was charming.
It's if you saw the Paddington movie, it's the same director. So Paddington 2, they let him keep enough of his voice in the film, and that's what makes the movie work. And it's I know there's a lot of sides chosen, which is the better Wonka, the Tim Burton, or the famous 1971 Gene Wilder movie. This one's closer to the 71 movie. It's a prequel to that one, basically.
Yeah, you feel like that it's more spiritually connected to that.
Oh, even in the music, the
and by the way, it is a musical. Now, I don't think the musical numbers are memorable, but the staging is.
Yeah, no, it's a fun movie, and
I didn't hate it. It was a nice surprise, but I won't put it high.
A lot of it felt like a classic studio musical.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
And
that was fun.
That's actually what I wrote. I did write a little thing for it, which is a line from the movie, which I was like, okay, which I think it's something along the lines of it's not about what's in the chocolate, it's about who you share it with.
Yes, no, it was.
And I think that's the movie. Next movie, Godland. Maybe a little contentious for some people. I just thought that I got the point of what it was trying to do, but in a kind of passive way.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, so I can't really comment on it. But I imagine
beautiful visuals. Yeah. I like the fact that it deals with colonialism that we don't typically see in film. But I'm very curious what you'll think of it.
I'll just add that Iceland has lately become quite a hubbub, primarily for thrillers. So it's kind of interesting to see this kind of drama coming out of there.
Where Iceland is Iceland, not Prometheus, where alien world.
No, right. No, Iceland. No, and I mean Icelandic directors have been producing a lot of interesting thrillers lately, and
again,
it's kind of cool to see.
This one is kind of a difficult entryway, and I hope maybe over time I can warm up to more of what he's trying to do. I just think that not that it wasn't successful, but it didn't have the impact in thematic material that maybe he thought he was going for. Next movie, which I think you put on your best or honorable mentions, I thought it was good and I liked the ideas. American Fiction.
Oh, I loved American Fiction. I thought American Fiction
I
was a
liked
great
it.
film.
I liked it. I don't have too much to say about it.
What? It's a fantastic movie. So
no, it's good.
American Fiction
also
is
be right back. I need to quickly.
all the Jack Daniels. Well, I will quickly add for those still tuning in that American Fiction, what makes it such a good film is the way it tackles the contradictions in this, this kind of push for diversity that we have going on right now in contemporary society, which is important, it's essential, but it questions that idea of how do we truly see each other as equals, and it really starts with how we allow artists and communities to express themselves. And it's a really fun movie about this Black American writer who is frustrated because he's adapted Aeschylus's The Persians into a novel, but no one quite buys it because he's Black. And he's seeing all these other stereotyped novels about, life in the ghetto and drug dealing and basically all the stereotypes that the community gets tagged with becoming big bestsellers. So he writes his own stereotype packed work, which obviously becomes a big hit. It just becomes a huge smash success, and he's grappling with all of that. And it's a wonderful film about what underrepresented writers and authors go through in any medium. And it goes to the heart of the debates we're having right now in society about representation,
authenticity.
No,
that
what
stuff
does that really mean?
No, that stuff was good, and I think it's one of those movies that I can't explain why it's not on my best list, but I just liked everything it did.
Yeah,
I just don't think it necessarily excelled at everything it did. I just thought it did everything quite solidly.
No, I thought it excelled very well, and also, one thing I loved about Jeffrey Wright plays the main character.
Oh, great actor.
One thing I really liked was it explores his own flaws and contradictions, and this idea that yes, he's right, we shouldn't be defined completely by stereotypes, but then it goes into the class divisions, into how, well, one reason he can't connect to these books he slams so much is because as a middle class professor, as a middle class writer, he himself never connects with the working class Black American community. And so it's like it's almost like, yes, he's right, stereotypes should not define a community, but at the same time, the upper crust of a social of any community loses touch with why certain stories are told or why certain stories become so prevalent.
Well, it's what it does kind of nicely is that parallel with his brother.
Yes,
who,
yes.
He was closeted gay, but he had a family, and at that stage in their lives, he's dealing with the aftermath of that his wife and kid hate him.
Yes.
Well, and that idea of authenticity, that you understand why some people need to put on these masks.
Well, and I love how his brother is a plastic surgeon. So
yes.
a mistake Jeffrey Wright keeps making is in this film is that he basically, because he's thinking also so much about certain things on a superficial level, he keeps wondering why his brother keeps whining when he must be making such good money, right? So why are you why are you whining all the time? So he's losing touch with the more intricate and complex levels of people, because in his mind he's like, hey, I'm this great intellectual. Why am I not appreciated as this great author?
It's that dichotomy of being lost in your head, which means you lose touch with how people.
It's a great script. It's on my 10 best of the year.
I just thought it was solid. I guess that's I liked everything it did, and there we go.
Yeah,
moving on. Gran Turismo.
No, I liked it. So Gran Turismo is the return to form for director Neil Blomkamp.
Well, sort of.
I would say. I mean, now I know where you're going with this. Neil Blomkamp, the great South African filmmaker, he first burst on the scene in '09 with his fantastic sci-fi movie District 9.
I think it's incredible.
It's an incredible film.
Which is why every time he comes out with a new movie, it says from the director of District
9. Once that movie, which was very low budget compared to what he's been doing lately, once he came back with movies like Elysium and what was the one about that?
Which I have a fondness for. I think it was unfairly panned. I don't know why people dislike it so much.
I think it's the curse of having such a great debut that people just expect you to live up to that. I mean, imagine if Nolan's first movie had been The Dark Knight. So, it's like people are always expecting that level of something equal to what you first splashed on the scene with. But Gran Turismo, I thought was a fantastic entertainment. It's the true story of this kid who
played the game,
and went to a training camp and became an actual race car driver.
Look, I will say, yes, the dialogue is cringy for sure, like without a doubt, an older man. But what you do get the sense of is the speed and ferocity of these vehicles and why someone likes the thrill of it, which after I saw, because it was on Netflix recently, I told Alci, I said, is it just me or did Neil Blomkamp do a better job of understanding the thrill of racing than Michael Mann in Ferrari?
No, I agree.
Which is insane. I never thought those words would come out of my mouth.
But I agree but the difference is that in Gran Turismo, the focus is the racing world and how these vehicles and how this world define the desires and the passions of these characters. And it's from that center that everything else grows out. That's why out of that, you also see the conflict between the main character and his parents.
Yes.
Right. His father is a once aspiring footballer who pressures his son to try to just look for more practical angle in life.
But let's be real. Everyone has had that.
Yes.
With their parents.
Yes, exactly. So there's a universal angle to the movie that's a lot of fun, and it's kept simple. My only qualm with the movie actually was I wanted to actually see more of the training
and you know what? It's a simple story. Again, it's not super deep, but it's enjoyable.
Yeah,
it's enjoyable. I really like the soundtrack. I've listened to it a lot.
Was the latest movie to revive Enya's Orinoco Flow.
Yes.
She's, I actually just read recently that she's so successful. She's never toured. And she's
Good for her.
She's never had to tour. I mean, aside from the fact that apparently she says that her particular style of music, you just can't really recreate on stage. But in addition to that, she says that she's so successful just with album sales and royalties that she doesn't need to tour. So
solid movie.
I had a good time at it. I thought it did a much better job than Ferrari,
which is enough. Again crazy, but hey, good movie.
I like the asshole villain, the
guy that I was like driving the gold Lamborghini. I was like, come on, Neil, come on.
When he walks out through the suicide doors, just like looking at the camera, you're like, okay, dude, I get it. He's the bad guy for whatever. But you know what? That was part of the movie's fun and charm. I had a good time with that one.
And then the next movie from the late great William Friedkin, the Caine Mutiny.
Oh, that was a good movie. That was very
solid.
Good.
Jason
solid
Clarke,
performances.
Great performance.
Great.
You know what? Kiefer Sutherland. I'll say it's one of his best performances in maybe 10 years.
Well, because they let him be vulnerable. But Kiefer Sutherland is always getting hired to play badasses. In this one, he actually plays
kind of neurotic.
Yeah,
someone kind of pitiful.
Yeah, like you see him start to snap when they really pressure him on the witness stand. So that was a good.
And that ending is just great. Oh, Jason Clarke gives a fantastic speech.
Jason Clarke, honestly, I think is underrated. I know he's obviously recognized. He's hired all the time. I mean, he's always in big movies.
He grilled people in Oppenheimer.
But it's all. But when he leads the film, he's really good, and I think it's because he chooses really smart, good projects.
He's also worked with some talent. I mean, he was in Public Enemies.
He's really good. My favorite role of his is in a
Chappaquiddick.
2018 indie that's been lost in the brush.
You're talking about like an indie.
Super indie where he plays Ted Kennedy after during the whole 1969 Chappaquiddick scandal. Great role. I mean, he's just so good in that movie because it's a great iconoclastic film because it strips Ted Kennedy down to human level. But at the same time, as you're watching the movie, you kind of empathize with him, but then you kind of realize he's a sneaky politician, and it's good. It's a good movie. And in this one, he really does a great job playing this prosecutor during a court martial. And it's
defense attorney.
You're right. Yes, during a court martial that's taking place.
Lance Reddick's last performance.
Oh yeah, a lot of in addition to this being the great William Friedkin's last movie before he passed away in 2023, which means it's meticulously well directed. The pacing, the editing is fantastic.
Guillermo del Toro is attached to it, but if you want to hear more about that, we do have a Do We Recommend About It. So we have more thoughts on that.
And we have a Friedkin tribute.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Well, actually, speaking of another great, I finally caught up with it because it was on Amazon Prime for 99 cents. Master Gardener.
Oh, yes.
It is a Paul Schrader film, modern Paul Schrader film through and through. I think it's the weakest of his Flawed Men trilogy. Personally, I think my enjoyment of all of them is 1, 2, 3. So First Reformed, when I saw that,
it was a great film.
I saw it and I just went for a walk. I was like, wow.
Great movie.
And I did like the card counter a lot, but I don't know, for personal reasons, I didn't like it as much as the first one. And then Master Gardener, it felt like he was running out of a little bit of steam, but still he knew how to put together a solid drama.
Well, I'll put it this way. I agree. I think it's the weakest of the three, but I still think it's a very just engaging, introspective, challenging movie. What's special about Schrader is he goes to the moral heart or the moral dilemma of these subjects. So Master Gardener is about a former neo-Nazi who works as a gardener, and
for Sigourney Weaver, who plays a very interesting that kind of liberal racism where I'm rich, but and I like providing opportunities for people, but the little subtle comments she makes to him are you're like
it has
let's just say she has her grandfather's Luger.
Yes, and it has that kind of unsettling tone. Schrader knows how to do so well, where he goes to the heart of what people are actually like.
Well, it's really the underbelly of America.
Yes.
Each movie deals with, it's not like hidden underbelly, but the underbelly of, let's say, subsects, like huge communities in this country. The first one, it's about basically mega churches and how the corruption of capitalism within the church kind of cuts out actual faith. The second one is about
First Reform. It's what happens when a man of faith becomes radical, like truly radicalized, right? Because they have this awakening of how the world is collapsing, and what do you do when you're a man of faith and you want to stop that, but you don't know how? And the second one with Oscar Isaac, he plays this card shark who
you find out, and I didn't know this about the movie.
Yeah,
he tortured people was it Abu Ghraib?
Yes. Yeah, so essentially the whole film is a portrait of, you could say, the actual human wreckage of the Iraq War and of U.S. imperialism on a microcosmic level, right? How people go to war, people participate in these conflicts, and they then go try to piece their life back together. And even though that history might just follow them, and it's not sensationalist. It's just this
Not at all.
really intense
Well,
portrait of
how
this
it
guy.
also subverts the troubled youth narrative.
Yes.
What it does in the third act is like fucking hell, dude. Like,
yeah. Oh my God.
but
yeah.
I don't know why. I think if I hadn't seen First Reformed, I think it's the context thing. If I hadn't seen First Reformed, I think Card Counter, that was 2019 or 2020.
2021.
2021. I think that would have ended up on my best of the year, but because of the legacy of First Reformed, which I think is so incredible, I couldn't. And Master Gardener, again, it's a bit of the trail off that it does deal with, in a way, does Joel Edgerton, who another absolutely incredible actor, why does he do people like that just have a change of heart?
Well, and I think in a way it goes to the idea of the actual nature of American fascism and racism, which is it's not
Well, like a garden, it's also nurtured.
And it's not so out in the open. Like sometimes people that look the most respectable contain some of the most despicable ideas. And I would actually link Master Gardener in an interesting, subtle way to Zone of Interest. In a subtle way, though.
We'll get to that in a bit.
Not complete, not 100%.
Let's say it deals with some aspects of the banality of evil.
Yes,
because
exactly.
I mean that lunch scene.
Yeah, exactly.
With Sigourney Weaver, and you're just like, whoa, what the hell is going on?
Well, and how, and in a contemporary sense, how the United States is littered with these racist. So it's part of the roots of the country, and we just can't deny it. It's there, and then you have these former neo-Nazi militants also just kind of out there operating within the world. Now, the other thing I think what throws people off about Schrader is Schrader, even though he's not religious, he's never been able to shake off his Calvinist upbringing. So I think what throws people off is that he also takes an interesting kind of moral stance that's not popular in contemporary films. So without spoiling, I'll say that in Master Gardener, he goes for something that he goes for in the other two movies that may seem corny to general audiences, but theologically they make total sense, which is that Schrader seems to argue in these three movies that the only real way to correct or to face these dark elements of society and of the world is through genuine love, right? Through genuinely loving someone. So it's I'll put
what? I think that's one of the reasons I didn't love it. That did feel unbelievably corny, which was weird because he dealt with some of that in First Reformed.
Yes, but it's funny because it's like, again, I don't think he's religious, but he says in his interviews that he's not religious, but that he obviously was shaped by the faith that he was raised in. Paul Schrader was famously raised in a very strict Protestant Calvinist home. He didn't see his first movie until he was 18.
Wow.
So
yeah, no wonder he wrote Taxi Driver, right?
Exactly. So all his movies deal. I mean, it's not surprising he wrote The Last Temptation of Christ for Scorsese.
Also true, right?
So I think in these movies,
By the way, you saw what he wrote about Killers of the Flower Moon.
Oh yeah, I know.
Which we'll get to later. Guys, this is a live stream for a reason and not a podcast episode. So,
but I still think that's why I don't begrudge him too much, because I get where he's coming from. I think he's being sincere in this kind of almost theological approach to these issues, where almost in the way, or I would say basically he takes the stance Christianity claims to take, but we rarely actually see.
True. I think it just gets a little muddled. Like I see what you're saying. I see where it's in the film. I just think that out of the three that he's made, it's the one that doesn't have the most focus in how to get that message across.
No, I agree. But for example, in Master Gardener, that scene in the hotel when he's with the young woman that becomes his love interest, basically.
Before we get to that, one of the most impressive new performances of the year. I think she was in a few films, but she is amazing. That young actress.
She was fantastic.
Wow.
She was fantastic. But I think that scene in the hotel. Again, it's weird. I think
not the one where they're smoking at the pool, but the one after.
Yes.
She's like, I've seen the tattoos, right?
Yes.
The one after that where she's like stripped.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think, I don't know. It sounds funny, and I think it's because we live in a much more jaded time.
No shit.
And a very anti-religious time, obviously, in the United States in particular, and in the West. So I think that throws people off because I don't think we make those kind of moral conclusions, right? That the best way to defeat this darkness or whatever is through this kind of but that's what I mean why Schrader's not religious, but it's still more Christian than any religious movie. In that,
well, because those movies are about, they basically want you to succumb to the cult.
Yes.
Worship false idols. This has, I think, I get what you're saying. I think this has peppers. It has a seasoning of the themes you're talking about, but it's not consistently,
it's not
intricately woven.
It's not like First Reformed, where it ends more completely. But in this one, yeah, I think the idea is that he used to be a neo-Nazi. He meets this young black girl. He genuinely falls in love with her. So again, whether you agree with Schrader or not, the philosophy at work here is that kind of genuine affection and love between two human beings is what will crush this kind of fascistic thinking in society.
Well, that is a good transition to my next movie, which actually deals with something similar.
Barbie.
Iron Claw.
Oh, Iron Claw, yes.
Which I know is the director of The Nest. I liked it. I just didn't love it as everyone else. I liked the way it deals with the pressure of family business.
Well, I put it in my honorable mentions. I agree. I liked it. I quite liked it. I wouldn't have put it in my best this year. His previous films I would have. The Nest I thought was one of the most underrated and fantastic films of 2020. Jude Law plays he's a British guy married to an American woman, but he's very self-conscious of having grown up poor. So he's desperate to be rich without having the money. And so he lives through lies, not like a huckster. He genuinely wants to believe these things. So he basically convinces his family to move to London with him because he claims the firm he used to work for is begging for him to come back. And once they move to London, they realize, he thinks they're begging for him to come back, but they're not. And Iron Claw is another great portrait of flawed characters. It's about this famous wrestling family where the dad basically pushes his sons in the 70s and 80s to be wrestlers to keep the family legacy going, and then tragedy starts striking them one by one.
Yeah, and by the way, that actor, the guy who played the dad, he was in Mindhunter.
Yes, he's so good.
Not enough people are talking. His performance is it's my favorite performance of the film.
Oh, I really liked it. Although, to be honest, Zac Efron is very, very good in the movie. Zac Efron plays, I'm bringing up here the name of the family, the Von Erich brothers.
Yes.
So it's the Von Erich family. And
he plays Kevin.
Yes. Holt McCallany
plays the dad.
Plays the dad. Zac Efron plays... well, it's one of those wonderfully tragic stories where Zac Efron plays the one brother who does genuinely like wrestling. He's the one who genuinely has a vocation for it.
One of the things I liked about it, it's very interesting. You can tell that from a young age that his character Kevin wants to become the one who makes his dad the most proud, but the dad just overlooks him all the time. He wants the youngest brother to do it. He's proud of the Olympian brother. And with the youngest son, that scene when he's playing guitar.
Oh, right, the one who wants to be a
what happens musician. To him?
Oh, geez, and then the Olympian is played by Jeremy Allen White, who you may all know from The Bear
and Shameless.
On FX and Shameless. Yeah, it's a wonderful American family tragedy. Even if you're not into wrestling, you can enjoy the movie just on the level of the family tragedy aspect of it. And how, in a way, it's a great allegory for how, in America, we have this obsession with chasing success into the void, right? How we just become so obsessed with...
Success at what cost?
Yes.
Like the dad is so obsessed with keeping that gym.
Yeah.
It's not spoiling too much because you should experience it. Again, I liked it. That when Kevin wants to sell the gym so he can afford a house for him and his family, the dad is like, if you do that, don't walk through these doors again. He's obsessed with the idea of legacy, not the toll that it might take on people.
Oh, yes. No, exactly. He doesn't realize.
That stuff is good. And by the way, Lily James playing the wife, she was in none of the marketing. When she showed up in the first 30 minutes, I was like, oh.
So funny, I tend to watch all these movies cold. I
pretty much watched it cold.
Yeah, I don't watch trailers. I don't watch ads. Sometimes I watch them a few weeks in advance before the real ad crush starts. So yeah, I didn't even know she was in this, and it was a cool surprise. And the director is Sean Durkin, who is, I think he's up there as one of the great underappreciated American directors. His debut was a fantastic film from 2011 called Martha, Marcy, May, Marlene, which starred Elizabeth Olsen as a cult survivor who moves in with her older sister, who can't quite process what's psychologically going on here with her younger sibling and the trauma of having escaped a cult. So he makes good movies. He makes good human films. He makes good character portraits. And this one it's a good character portrait.
Yes, that's what I liked about it. And that's why it's in the upper half of this third tier. That it wasn't just hitting the timeline of this family. It was exploring the brotherhood of these kids through their careers.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I enjoyed it. It was a very good movie.
It's good. I would not be surprised for some acting nominations. I would not be surprised at SAG-AFTRA for the group ensemble. I would not be surprised if this movie took that.
I would say they would deserve it. I just think Sean Durkin is just one of these. Okay, I actually compare him a lot to this great director, Jeff Nichols, who I'm also a fan of. I think these are excellent American directors who make really genuinely good American films, but they always get kind of pushed to the back for the flashier marquee names. I think
Iron Claw is going to change that, though.
I don't know. I think right now all the hype in award season is still on Barbie and Oppenheimer, and I think that's what you're seeing, and I think Sean Durkin is, and like Nichols, they're kind of they've been making movies that audiences are discovering and liking, but yeah, I don't know what they have to make to finally get the recognition they deserve. I don't know if they need to get what, they got to make
Beetle too.
I mean, yeah, it's one of those things where you wonder what is going on here. Same thing with Jeff Nichols. Take Shelter, brilliant debut back in 2011.
Midnight Mass was great.
Mass, Loving. Was that other great one he did recently? I think Loving was his last film. Yeah, he's
also with Joel Edgerton.
Also with Joel Edgerton. So and it's the same thing with Durkin. Durkin makes these excellent movies. But I think they just get lost under all the flash and pizzazz of the big awards contenders. I can see Iron Claw getting some recognition, but I don't think it's going to be at the level of what you're going to see splashed on Barbie and
I think
Oppenheimer.
you maybe the stretch cinematography, but I think some acting recognition, you'll get it peppered here and there.
We'll see. Hopefully. I just think he's one of those underappreciated
100%.
artists.
Well, speaking of underappreciated, Lakota Nation versus the United States.
Very good documentary. Excellent documentary.
It's not that I don't want to say a lot about it, but if you really want to get a history on indigenous suffering under the hands of the U.S. Empire and how the same things they were fighting for back in the 1860s, they're still fighting for today. It's all in there, except it's not shot like a standard documentary. It's actually very much stylized. It's a very beautifully shot.
It's very good, and it's one of those documentaries that shines a good light on the history we just don't learn about. That's just glossed over. I mean, yes, everybody knows by now that the United States was founded on the subjugation and violent extermination of the indigenous peoples, but you don't really get the kind of insights that a documentary like this produces. And it's a very good and important, informative film.
Next film, Hunger Games. I just saw this about a week ago.
That was very good. I enjoyed it.
It's much better than it had any right to be.
Yes.
Especially for a prequel, because the reason I say that is because Martin Lawrence it's a little bit like David Yates.
Yes.
That he basically, well, not Martin Lawrence. Lawrence. He directed almost all of the Hunger Game movies, and David Yates directed the last 4 main Harry Potter films and all the prequels. The difference is with David Yates, the Fantastic Beast films were very hit or miss, but Lawrence here comes back and makes Francis Lawrence makes a very solid, engaging drama, which actually makes you interested in the world. Because the problem with prequels is if you already know what the outcome will be for the main films, why does this matter? But he actually makes you care about this version of Panem at this time period.
Yeah, no, I thought it was a very good prequel. I thought what was nice is that he set out to make an actual movie. And it does a nice job of humanizing the character of President Snow and showing you the evolution of the character.
Speaking about ensembles, I was really impressed by the performances.
Yes,
the acting in this movie is really strong, like really strong.
No, it's fantastic. The directing is really good.
Viola Davis, oh my god!
It feels like a good. It's a dystopian war movie.
Again, much better than it has any right to be. And you don't even need to see the other films to just enjoy it.
No, exactly. Yeah, it was very good. It was an excellent. I thought the third act also had the scope of a genuine war movie.
The third act was my favorite part of the movie.
It was a genuine drama.
Good.
Yeah.
It was good. Next movie, Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
I really enjoyed this one. It wouldn't make my top 10. I put it in my honorable mentions, but it was the best Marvel movie of the year, bar none.
It was, but of the Guardians films, it was the most inconsistent. I just think it had the most high. It had some of the best, darkest moments of the entire MCU, but then some of the contrast with that was just kind of silly, and I think Chris Pratt.
What's a Guardians movie? There's a talking raccoon in the thing.
I know, but it still is more consistent in the first two movies.
No,
I think Chris Pratt gave one of the worst performances of the year. I thought.
Oh come on! He's Chris Pratt in a Guardians of the Galaxy.
He was awful. It had great. All the stuff with Rocket was great. I just thought it was very. Look, I just thought it was very inconsistent. I thought it was the weak. the weakest.
I thought, well, yes, out of the three, sure, it's the weakest, but in comparison to the other superhero movies that were coming out this year,
Sure,
it was the one that had the most heart. It had you actually cared about the characters.
No, for sure.
I thought the ending was wonderfully emotive.
I mean, to be fair, the bar is so low, but even without that,
I thought the ending was wonderfully emotive. The way Florence and the Machine is used for that send off for the characters was wonderful. James Gunn just saying goodbye to the MCU before he goes to the DC.
I think my main not complaint but concern. I felt like the first two movies James Gunn had much more to prove.
It's
and I think in this one he didn't have as much to prove, which is why I felt the word I'm looking for is unfocused.
But you know what? It's kind of like Star Wars, where the original trilogy anyway, where the first one is such a culturally defining moment. The second one is considered a masterpiece, and the third one is a worthy send-off.
Actually, you know what? I know people make that comparison all the time, but it is interesting.
Yeah,
I would say the third Guardians has a closer analogy to Return of the Jedi, because I think Return of the Jedi has some of the strongest moments in all of Star Wars, and also has some of the weakest.
It's also, I mean, so for example,
although to be fair, I will say that the Guardians' visual style is more consistent in the third one, because let's be real, Return of the Jedi looks like a cheap TV movie.
Oh well, yeah, but I think the comparison is apt though, because the Guardians movies.
I mean, seriously, the stuff with Rocket is phenomenal. I would say phenomenal. Straight up phenomenal.
If you're a millennial or a slightly older Gen Z, the first Guardians of the Galaxy was a one of the defining pop films of the last decade. Actually, the first Guardians turns 10 years this year.
Yes.
Yeah.
In August
2014. So the first Guardians of the Galaxy, out of all the Marvel films, Iron Man is considered the Big Bang of the whole franchise. But if you think about it in terms of cultural impact, Guardians of the Galaxy, that first movie, really was one of those special things that it was like when you saw The Matrix in 1999 or the first Star Wars in 1977. It had that kind of spirit and vibe to it. The best, I think the nice thing about the sequels is they at least do justice to the legacy of that first one. And even if the third one is the weakest one, it's still a worthy send-off for that franchise.
Yes. I would say one thing I didn't like is how they characterized Drax. From the first movie, they kind of made him an idiot, and I don't know why they did that. Well, no, in the first movie, he's an idiot. He just takes things literally, and then some point in the Avengers movies, they just made him stupid. And I was like, I don't know. But also to Gunn's credit, it sounds like the direction they took the Guardians in the Avengers movies, he did not have any input in.
Yeah.
So he had to kind of salvage their story from that. So the fact he did that, look, it's good. It's good. I would say that in terms of, it's not like a leap worse. It's within the sphere of consistency. So yeah, good. And after my travels this year, it was the first movie I saw, and I saw it in the largest screen in the UK.
Ah, nice.
IMAX. So that was a nice return.
I thought it was a fantastic popcorn experience.
It's good. Inconsistent, but good.
I thought it was a little more consistent, but it was, again, and especially in comparison to everything else Marvel put out this year. Oh my God! Let's not even get into Ant-Man Quantumania.
Oh no, we'll get there in a little bit.
Well, how many more tiers do we gotta go, man?
We'll move quickly.
We're at the 2-hour-13 mark here.
All right, we'll move quickly because some of these we have talked about. So Thanksgiving, big surprise this year.
Eli Roth
enjoyed
film.
it. To speed things along, we have Breaking It Live on that. Go check that out. The Covenant. That is the last movie I saw.
Guy Ritchie, very good, efficient Guy Ritchie. Guy Ritchie this year, I guess he's just been busy or COVID backed things up, but he dropped 2 movies on us this year. One was that spy thriller with Jason Statham. The Operation?
Great soundtrack.
Yeah, great soundtrack. That's the thing. What united these 2 movies for me was that the soundtracks are amazing. Was it Operation Royale or something?
I was
forgot.
going to say non de
Non
something
de
for
guerre or something. I don't know. Not even worth mentioning. But Covenant was definitely his best offering this year. Very good Afghan war movie. It does a good, it goes against the mold of the typical American Afghanistan movie.
you think it's going to be Lone Survivor.
Yes, exactly.
But then in the second act, it basically the protagonist shifts and the entire story shifts.
No, exactly. It and it really humanizes at least the main Afghan persona, the main Afghan character. A lot of what I've always disliked about these American Afghan war movies is the Afghans are just silhouettes. They're either rampaging Taliban who don't even get subtitled, or woe is me weaklings that the Americans have to come help. No, in this movie, it's a thrilling adventure, but at the same time, it asks the question, what were we supposed to be doing there, and what was going to be the purpose of that war? And after,
and why did the U.S. coerce so many Afghans into helping them with the promise of a visa, and then never follow through
dump
on
them, and then dump them? Yeah, well, which is typically the fate of collaborators in most wars, and we just don't like to see ourselves as the ones employing those collaborators and then dumping them.
It does have a bit of a white savior thing, but not. Again, it's Lone Survivor, but better.
Better, yes. So I wouldn't have put this one on like my best list, but it was an admirable film.
It fits exactly where it needs to be. Next film, Asteroid City. Finally saw it. It's good. It's charming. It's charming. I think his last film much better.
Yes, French Dispatch was a better movie. My favorite is So Fantastic, Mr. Fox.
Oh yeah. Well, for me, Grand Budapest.
Oh yes, favorite. Which is another excellent movie.
But those two are an excellent double
Wes Anderson treat. This one, this one, I thought it had nice moments. I thought Scarlett Johansson was fantastic in the movie. I'm going
to use this word again, inconsistency. Yes. I don't think he quite knew how to convey the message he wanted to convey.
I don't think he knew, what exactly he wanted to say. I think it's a classic case of a director who likes the idea of a place and setting.
And meta-narrative.
Yeah. And
because he played with that with French Dispatch and Grand Budapest, but those were so much more tight.
Yeah, and engaging. This one, there were moments where I just kind of disengaged with the movie.
Yeah. Also, can we stop making Maya Hawke a thing?
Why
is everyone trying to make her this thing? She's not great.
To this day, my favorite role of hers is in the 2020 TV movie The Good Lord Bird, and that's it. After that, I don't think she's done anything as memorable as that. But you're right. I wondered during this movie, why are you in the what?
It's good. It's Wes Anderson. It's good. Next movie, we talked about this, Barbie.
Oh, but you cannot talk about the movies of 2023 without bringing up Barbie, right? Which basically saved the movie industry, according to
it did.
Meryl Streep.
And I struggled where to put this on this list, but the more I thought about it, I think in the last 4 slots of this category, I think it fits perfectly. I feel no qualms about it.
I put in my honorables. Barbie, and if you go back, you can hear our podcast on it. I really enjoyed it. I genuinely enjoyed it. I think it's a fun movie. It was a great piece of pop art. And
as I think you said, Poor Things did what Barbie thought it was doing.
Yes, and I always give Barbie credit in that Greta Gerwig could have easily made a schlocky studio throwaway.
As in, those 3 animated Barbie movies. Yes, that Barbie, it's not a doll; she's a real person. Greta Gerwig could have made a Barbie movie where Barbie is just a person.
Yes, but she genuinely made a fun feminist movie with genuine ideas in it, and I still hold that Ryan Gosling steals the show as Ken.
But if you want to hear more about that, we do have a full podcast on it, so we can keep moving this along. Next one I saw, which I think this was either on honorables honorables or on your best past lives.
Past Lives was on my best. I quite enjoyed that movie.
I thought it was a very charming film. I thought it had heart. I liked it. Basically, it was La La Land, but like more real.
La La Land. That is a stretch. With
no. But the idea of romance that isn't meant to be, not the actual premise.
Well, but what's the reason Past Lives has, I think, touched a lot of people, and it's gained more recognition, even though it premiered early in the year, like back in, I think I saw it right when we got back from Cannes, so back in early June or late May, is it's a very mature take on this idea of just because two people seem like they're meant to be together doesn't necessarily mean it will happen or that it even should happen.
Yes.
And but
the idea that I think a lot of people don't get with relationships is there is an earnest way to not be married or in a serious relationship, but to still have a meaningful relationship.
Well, in the case of these two people, what does their connection really mean, and what does their bond really signify, and how does one deal with these special bonds we build in life, even if time and the years and space alter them or produce results we weren't expecting.
Yes.
It's a lovely film. It's one of the year's best screenplays.
I would just say it's lovely, and that's why it's number 3 of this thing.
No, I think so.
This is a classic case that was mentioned of how we subjectively process films.
Yes.
Right? It's a classic. We're not talking about a movie that's bad. It's just how the content and construction of a film touches us differently.
Well, I think the writing is much more mature and complex than what you get with typical movies about this subject matter. With a lesser director, this could have easily been a bad rom-com.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. And no, it's actually an interesting movie about what happens when what happens when I don't know, you get married or you're in a relationship, and then this very special bond is there and comes back, and what do couples talk about when this subject matter comes up? So and the performances are fantastic.
They're good.
The performances are very, very good. Well, and it's a stunning debut for that director.
Yes.
For this to be her first film is quite impressive.
Good job for her. Next film, number 2 on this list, Freud's Last Session.
Oh, yes.
A nice little surprise.
One
of the best Q&As I've seen in my life.
Which you need to check out our episode.
Yes. So we're not going to speak too much more about it. But again, I have shifted some things around on my list, but I feel very confident with where it is now. Number 1, which we won't talk about too much either, because we did do an Instagram. I put it here just because it is so refreshing to see directors come back, make not simple technically, but simple premise movies that they were just like, fuck it, let's roll with it. And that is John Woo in Silent Night.
It was surprisingly divisive. I thought there would have been a stronger consensus, but
I think people forgot this even came out.
Yeah, well, yeah, which sadly speaks to in a way how the times have changed, where 30 years ago a new John Woo movie would have been an event, and now the action master, what you could arguably say is the most influential action director of the last 40 years, comes back after like a decade-long hiatus with fury, and yeah, just it's a
fun movie, man. We have a few more thoughts about it, but
I mean, I'll use that space to talk more about how, because the culture is shifting and everything is shifting in terms of what we're watching and what grabs headlines, I think with time people will rediscover that movie.
It will become a cult classic, sure. People are going to pick it up this year like oh, this movie's like really fun.
Well, the irony for me of that movie kind of disappearing is that John Woo is not only a great action director, but you wouldn't have John Wick or The Matrix without John Woo. And the fact that he comes back with this stunning action movie that has no dialogue and just disappears. It's weird, and I think with time people will rediscover it. It's gonna be one of those where years from now you'll see film students be like, "Oh, dude, have you seen Silent Night?" It's like,
Like we did,
yeah,
we
like
championed it.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
that is the end of my third tier. I do want to remind people this isn't. It's not. We're not talking about bad movies, discarded movies. These are solid, engaging movies that I just have varying opinions on. Part of it objective, part of it subjective. But now we're getting into tier 2.
Well, I'll
Some
quickly
of
go
these-
into my worst of the year. Well,
You got do your honorables because I think your honorables will match up with this.
okay, because
some of them.
my honorables are
Did you put
mentions.
Priscilla in your honorables?
Yes, I did.
Okay, well,
so my
that just snuck onto my list. I wasn't sure where I felt.
my honorables for the year are one we just talked about, Barbie, and then another one that I think is on this tier. Well, let's see. We'll start with Priscilla.
Let's start with
Priscilla's
Priscilla.
in my honorables.
The reason I felt this way, I don't think we've talked about it yet. It shows Sofia Coppola maturing as a filmmaker.
Yes, I think Sofia Coppola is one of these directors who gets a lot of flack for always making movies. I think unfairly she gets slammed for just making movies about quote unquote rich people. But I've always said that Coppola's strength is that she very much understands the idea of write what you know. And her movies have a special sincerity because they're about the world she knows best. She grew up as the daughter of Francis Ford Coppola, the director of some of the best known films of all time.
Getting ready for Megalopolis.
Yeah, exactly. So her movies, you know what? I would have more
This
against
segment is sponsored by Coach. No, just kidding. Sponsor us.
Please.
Sponsor us, Daddy.
Please. I would have a qualm with with Sophia if she was pretending to be some left-wing radical or something, and she was, trying to make movies about, I don't know, striking dock workers, with which she could do. But what I mean is, if it wasn't sincere, the movies she makes always feel like they're coming from a genuine place inside her.
An internal thing.
I
know what you mean.
Yeah.
What I liked about Priscilla, and so first, the reason why this is not on my best of the year and why this is not on my third tier, this movie's very good. That borders on excellent. And why do I say that? Just when I feel like she's going to go and cross that line and really hit that statement on the head, I feel like she pulls back a bit. Now, whether that's of her own accord or because of pressure from the estate, I don't know. But there's so many moments in the film where she was on the cusp of greatness and just pulled back a bit.
Well, I'll say I enjoyed how she still got away with some of the.
The way she portrays Elvis, the balls on her to do that. That guy, Jacob Elordi, who starred in Saltburn, I think he gives one of the stronger performances of the year.
No, I really enjoyed him as Elvis. It's a wonderfully iconoclastic performance. Elvis becomes this overgrown man-child, basically, who's become...
Well, he accuses her of all the things that he is.
Well, he's become... I think it's a classic case of becoming too famous, too young.
Yes.
And so he doesn't know what he wants. He doesn't know how to handle just liking this girl who's underage when he first meets
14?
her. Yeah, and bringing her to his circle.
Well,
But
one thing, there were a couple visual images that I thought, that's clever, Sophia. I think when he's still stationed in Germany, I believe, when he gives her that watch, the way he puts the watch on her like a handcuff, I said, I literally sat there and I wagged my finger and I said, that's clever, Sophia. And the second one is when Priscilla arrives at Graceland and she sees the dog in the pen. I said, that's good, Sophia.
Oh, no, it's nice. And now, funny enough, I was expecting a bit more. I really like the film, but it's based on the 1985 book Elvis and Me by Priscilla, which I read in high school, funny enough. And I remember it very, very vividly in my mind. And it's true. The movie does carefully skirt around some of the more scandalous parts of the book. That's actually the book that made famous um, a lot of infamous Elvis vignettes, like him shooting out the TV when he was, getting angry, the pill popping.
You see
The
that you know what? You just hit exactly the point that I was feeling. We needed those moments to accentuate themes that are in the movie. I think that third act felt rushed when we needed more of exactly what you're talking
there's
about.
a lot of surreal stuff in the book
when he throws the chair at her.
Yes, well, and in the book, there's many more surreal moments that don't make the movie. I mean, for example, Priscilla writes in the book about how they would sleep all day and then go to Vegas at night, and that one night Elvis apparently developed like a superhero complex. He like really loved superheroes. So that's why he started wearing the famous cape in his shows. So she writes about how they would be driving home one night and he would see like a little guy getting beaten up by a bigger guy. And Elvis would tell the driver, I stopped the car, man, I stopped the car. And then he would get out of the car.
Shit.
He would be
really?
like, someone's in trouble. So, someone to tell.
Well, that's why he became the honorary DEA agent, right?
So he would run out in his cape and his bodyguards would be like, "Oh my, what are you doing?" And or she writes about how one time, as happens all the time with these celebrities, right? Elvis was this big sex symbol in the 50s,
the biggest.
So when the world found out they got married, she drove home one night to Graceland, and this like jealous teeny bopper attacked her, saying, "You whore, you slut! I hate you! I want to kill you!" And that's missing in the movie. I thought, and I get it. I think Sophia was trying to be like, okay, I'm not the one making that Elvis movie, but those stories add to the surrealism and the confinement that Priscilla actually lived through.
I mean, what we get is pretty. I mean, when they're like choosing out dresses for her, and she's like, "I like this one." He was like, That's not your color. Blue's your color." And it's not just him; it's him and his entire posse.
Well, here's the thing. There's a good portrait in this movie. I think the strongest aspect of this movie is that if you think about it beyond Elvis and beyond the marriage and beyond the whole, it is a strong portrait of grooming. And that's kind of the merit of the movie, where it's not necessarily about Elvis, the postage stamp icon.
That's what I like. Yeah. It strips him back to, what if we look at Elvis as someone who's a bad father and a bad husband?
Well, as a guy who as a dude, who meets this 14-year-old girl and starts grooming her basically to be.
I mean, the creepiest stuff is, really when he refuses to have sex with her, but still wants her to be his little poodle.
Well, that's the thing, that he's such a man-child who's become too rich too fast that he uses her as a toy, basically. Like he just wants to have her there like a doll without really treating her as a human being.
Well, I mean, that scene when she's like 6 months pregnant and he calls her in, he's just strumming the guitar like a college douchebag. He's like, "Hey, baby, I think we need to take a little break. You feel me?"
No, exactly.
But I like, and I think we should have seen a little more of that. How Priscilla, she's still a kid in a sense, but she figures out Elvis, because Elvis doesn't know what he wants in life, and how she calls his bluff that stage.
One, how she's smarter than him and is forced to mature quickly, because she basically, it's like not being with Elvis through this period in her life is what really makes her grow up, or forces her to grow up fast.
She doesn't really have a childhood, really.
Yeah, I mean, which is kind of which ironically is what happens to a lot of people in this kind of world. I mean, you could even find a link here with cases like Michael Jackson, right?
Yes.
People that just never really got a chance to actually grow up and develop as people because of they just happened to win the lottery pick of growing up within this world and in this environment
with overbearing parents and an
overbearing
industry that's all about exploiting people. I mean, let's
Well,
be real.
and endless
Black
resources.
Dynamite, the anime, which is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life, makes fun of both of them in a way which is genuinely hilarious. But it's true. It is a bit of a tragedy too. And it's, I think, the fact that, well, the reason I was interested in seeing this in the first place is when someone said, oh, but Elvis fans aren't going to be happy about this movie. And she said, I'm not making this for Elvis fans. And I said, okay,
well, to be honest, that's something that's irritated me a lot about recent biopics.
Baz Luhrmann.
Well, no, well, I don't understand what this obsession is. I don't know if we need more. I don't know what this lack of cultural awareness or insight is with people, but I've been very irritated lately by this idea of people complaining that this famous singer or this pop personality didn't have a say in the movie script or wasn't there overseeing the movie.
See what happens with Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah,
how embarrassing did that turn out?
Well, but people love that movie, and I think because it feeds their romantic fantasy of these
completely sanitized. Yeah. Everyone was super clean.
Well, a perfect example is the TV, the miniseries that came out 2 years ago, Pam and Tommy, about the Pam Anderson.
You said you liked that.
I really liked it, but you know what? It works precisely because Pam Anderson was not there and she complained about it. She complained that she wasn't there producing it, but the irony is, it's not like the show does her an injustice. She comes across in the show
as human,
as a very hardworking, likable person who, married this crazy rock star, and they ended up in this weird scandal that kind of started defining the whole.
It's kind of like what happened with Diana in The Crown a little bit.
Yes, yeah.
Which once we wrap up with films, I think we should have just a little bit at the end talking about some TV shows. But
yeah. I mean,
but specifically season 5 and 6 of The Crown deals with the obsession of the media into the personal lives of public figures. And
I think what happens with a movie like Priscilla is that I mean, Priscilla Presley was a producer on it, and surprisingly, it is surprising what she allows in the movie.
But you can also see that same mentality. You can tell when she pulled Sofia Coppola, she said, don't go there.
Yeah.
And you can tell, and that's what holds it
back. Which is funny, because if you read the book is, now, of course, it was written 38 years ago, or 39 years ago now. So you don't know what Priscilla's mindset was at the time. But now it seems like she's more erring on the side of caution. Like, okay, well, let's not go too deep into everything that happened. Let's not show everything that happened. But it's still a good movie, and it's very very well done.
Just snuck it on, because the more I thought about it, I'm like, no, this is very good, but it falls short. All right, moving on. The next one. I don't think we've talked about it on the podcast at all, or very shortly. How to Blow Up a Pipeline. I know. I think it's might be on your best or honorable mention.
It was an honorable mention. I really liked this film.
I liked it a decent bit, and I can't exactly describe why I didn't love it, but I respect it a lot.
I liked it as I thought it was a great throwback to those kind of political thrillers you used to get in the 70s that you just don't get anymore.
Oh, I think I remember telling you. I think part of the problem, I think it was missing. I think the ending, it didn't know how to wrap things up well.
I thought the ending was cool. I mean, because the whole premise of the movie, it's actually.
Wait. Does it have to do with trying to blow up a pipeline?
Well, what's interesting is the movie it's not based on a true story per se. This director was inspired by a radical manifesto that was written by a left-wing author.
But also it's kind of based on it's interesting. I think because I've thought about it a little bit, it's also based on a growing sentiment
Oh,
among
sure.
young millennials and Gen Z now. And again, we're not going to talk about it in this format now, but let's just say stuff going on in Sudan, the Congo, Palestine,
Well,
Ukraine.
basically, it captures this restlessness among younger people these days, where they're starting to go back to this desire for radical revolutionary change. But
but actually taking action.
yes,
Because
yes.
look, it's great to talk about ideas with people, but this is a movie about what if they actually did the things that people only dream of, right?
Yes, but what's interesting is it's in the postmodern sense, right? So it's not like the classic films of the 60s and 70s where young people were motivated by the influence of Marxist movements or the Cold War. Basically, we're in a post-Cold War world, so these are young people that they care about the environment, and they realize that ecological disaster is not going to be stopped
due to late-stage capitalism.
Exactly. So they decide, well, we're going to blow up this oil pipeline that's being built, but
more importantly, it's built in a part of Texas, which is where the oil industry sets the prices for the country.
Yes, so they want to make a statement by blowing up the pipeline. And what's nice about the film is that it sketches out every character well. They're not just cartoons.
They're not. No. Actually, so that's one thing I wanted to mention. These days, it's very hard to portray that young millennials and Gen Z in a way that isn't cringe.
Exactly.
Like what I mean by cringe is when you have an older person writing how they think a younger person is, and it's just off-putting. What I liked about it is you get a little bit of the cringe, but in a way that isn't overbearing. It's natural, but also that the cast of characters and their motivations, every single one has a different motivation.
Yes, well, it goes to show how these groups, these political movements and these radical groups attract people from different backgrounds who are not necessarily extreme idealists. It's just that,
well, they're not, as you said, they're not unified by Marxism or anything.
Well, and even back in the days of the Cold War, a lot of people tended to be attracted to radical movements also for very personal reasons. And you kind of see in the movie how the motivations for these young people to join this group, it's some of them are just very down to earth, basic life developments that would frustrate anyone.
The most interesting one was the Texan.
Yes.
Someone who might have voted for Trump.
Yes.
But his reasons for doing it, and I think we'll touch upon this in movies like The Nest, but what quote unquote liberal media doesn't understand is their motivations actually are more akin to what classic Marxism would be, but they've kind of been maligned because of where they're from. They're Texan. They live on a ranch out in the middle of nowhere.
Well, and also, yeah, exactly.
It's a classist, basically.
Yes, well, and it's a nice portrait of what class warfare, if you want to call it that, or class radicalism, looks like in a postmodern world, where another character in the group is a woman who's there just because her girlfriend tends to get swept up by this movement. So she's not to the bone radical. It's just that
the one whose leg is broken, right? Yes,
exactly. So it's a very nice, complex human portrait of people that would be pushed to extremes. Well, I would say pushed to extremes, yes, in the United States, because obviously, if you look at what's going on in the Middle East, it's not going to take much to push someone in Gaza.
We're planning an episode on that, so we'll get to that.
But with this movie, I think it is a great portrait of how young people would become radicalized in modern societies like the United States. And in that sense, it's a very cool movie that has a link to classic political directors like Costa Gavras and even Jean-Luc Godard, in that it's a radical film, but it's also not a thoughtless one. It's also
No.
not. It's also not like it's not a cultish propaganda movie.
Yeah,
You know,
I
it's
agree.
you
It's
know,
sincere
yes,
and also great soundtrack.
oh, amazing soundtrack, amazing soundtrack.
So,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
yeah,
And genuinely thrilling. I mean,
it
you
is.
really are. Your heart
Yes.
pounding until the end,
I think
wondering if they're going to get away with this. Or not, you
indeed,
know?
and I don't know. I think it's one of those where there's some X factors that I can't explain, but I feel fine leaving it on the list where I've left it. Next film. Ooh, I'm excited to talk about this one. We saw it at the Cannes Film Festival. It was excellent until the last 30 seconds, and you know exactly
Firebrand.
what the fuck I'm talking about.
Firebrand, which since we saw it at Cannes, it counts as a 2023 movie. It's going to premiere in the United States in June 2024.
So
I just
we're
saw
lucky.
the
We can
update,
talk
yeah.
about it this year, next year, but one
I
of
just saw
Jude
the
Law's
update.
best performances in years.
Oh yeah, so Jude Law plays a late stage Henry VIII
with gout.
with gout. His leg is basically rotting away. And this, what's the actress, Vikander?
Alicia Vikander, who's married to Michael Fassbender, who we'll talk about in 3 movies from now.
Oh my god, dude, how many more do we have to go? How many more tears are we doing? Dude, come on, like
Talk about movies. It's fun.
I mean, geez, we're hitting the 3-hour mark.
Hey, this is why it's not a podcast,
you
right?
No, Firebrand was.
It was. I think the thing that impressed me the most is, well, you know what? It's oh god, what are they? Like Priscilla.
Yes.
You explore this famous figure through his wife. Well, in Henry's case, his last wife, but in a way you get a more honest portrait of who he is, and the claustrophobia and the confinement of living in that same space.
Yeah.
That their presence is still felt even when they're not there. That the very idea that they might return at any moment is scary enough to keep you there.
Yeah, no, it's it's a good portrait of a tyrant, basically. This tyrannical idea of Henry VIII, and now his body is rotting a lot, but his mind is intact. And what I liked about Jude Law's performance is that
those supper scenes are amazing.
Well, you see the dark charisma of the man and why he wielded the kind of power and influence he did, and why he became such an unstoppable force. And Vikander is also fantastic, and she just plays this woman who has to find a way to maneuver through this court. But as we said,
she plays Catherine Parr.
Yes, who is one of Henry's most likable wives, I guess you could say, because.
Well, she kept her head, right?
Yeah, well, because he expired, but it's a very excellent period piece made by a Brazilian director, interestingly enough. And
I'm going to give everyone his name. His name is Karim Ainuz. He's made, according to Letterboxd, he made a film called Invisible Life in 2019. And a movie called Madame Sata in 2002, which are apparently his 2 most popular movies.
Interesting. No, and Jude Law is, again, fantastic.
He's
in
great.
The movie. But like we said earlier.
And so is Alicia Vikander. I mean, that one particular scene.
She's great.
When Henry is taunting her with the
young thing. Amazing.
I mean, that might be one of the best scenes of the year.
Well, because you get a sense of the ego of the man. And now, as you said earlier, it's one of those weird movies that almost reaches the level of
best
great,
of the year.
But the ending,
those 30 seconds, they were so bad.
Okay, so here's something that's been going on since now that we talk about Priscilla. Ever since Sofia Coppola made Marie Antoinette in 2006, she pioneered this style of cinema where, it was done before, but Sofia Coppola really made it popular in the modern phase, which is this idea of doing a period piece with contemporary music. But the tone and the voice of the movie has to be consistent. So basically, Firebrand is a very good movie until
Literally 30 seconds. It's not even a
literally in the
joke.
final 30 seconds, it becomes a corny YA movie with
Well,
weird teeny
let's say
rock pop.
Elizabeth the First looks at the camera, does a little fucking feminist bullshit monologue like America Ferrera
Yeah,
from Barbie,
it was so bad.
and then it plays a pop punk thing at the end. And I do remember this like it was yesterday. We were sitting there,
It's like, what?
and it's like I don't even know what to make of this. The movie's great. I mean, genuinely great. And those last 30 seconds are so corny,
Honestly,
and so bad.
That's probably why they couldn't find award season distribution for it, and they finally found a distributor. I think it's Bleecker Street. I think.
Oh, Bleecker Street, for people who don't know, they make the indie.
Yes.
What we mean by that is like A24 and Neon, they make more high profile indies.
Oh, and they collaborate with Netflix. And
meaning they'll get good distribution, they'll get awards, hype. Even if it's not Oscars, they'll get like Indie Spirit Awards.
Oh, they're making TV shows now.
Bleecker Street, we're talking about indie, meaning that you won't fucking know what the hell these movies are until maybe 5 years later.
Or find it, you'll find it on Canopy. And that's what's happening with Firebrand. Firebrand is going to premiere in June.
Wow, so literally a year later.
A year after premiering.
Well, we should check it out to see if maybe he changed anything.
It'd be interesting to see. It would be good, which does happen. A lot of films,
but those 30 seconds, it's not hyperbole. They're
fatal.
They're so god awful. I don't know. I mean, it's actually stunning how to do that. But anyway. Hopefully we'll talk about that more in about 6 months.
Yeah.
Next movie, another big surprise for me. I remember, I don't know what we were recording, but you said, hey, you want to go see the new Ninja Turtles movie? And I said, okay. You know what?
That was a good one.
What a surprisingly fun movie. So what I have to say about this, and I think we talked about it on live stream when I was driving, so we won't talk about it too long, but it's part of this new wave of animation where after Spider-Verse, companies said, oh, we don't need to do the weird Disney Pixar thing anymore. Let's get really creative. And Ninja Turtles does this animation style that it kind of looks like a kid's drawing, but in 3D.
Yeah, no, it's a really it was one of the year's best animated films. Well, two things.
Well, let's be real. This has been an absolutely fucking outstanding year for animation.
What a couple of films.
3 animated movies have been are on my best of the year.
They're great, yes. Because funny enough,
well, Wish sucks ass, but we'll talk about that later.
Well, the thing is, the traditional big animators flopped this year, right? The usual studios that dominate.
Disney, DreamWorks.
Yeah.
Although DreamWorks did okay last year with the Puss in Boots movie.
Yes.
Wait, no, sorry. Oh my God, not last year. 2 years ago.
Yeah.
2022.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
Now, with this one, though, this was a really, really wonderfully sketched film. It's got the look of what a teenager would sketch in their notebook.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's a wonderful family film. And I think Seth Rogen, he's a millennial, and as much as he was tapping into millennial nostalgia to bring back the Turtles, he's also making a genuine family movie. It's
true.
You can be a millennial and enjoy it, going back to your Turtles nostalgia from when you were a kid.
Actually, you know what? I'm really glad you brought up Seth Rogen now, because he's actually followed a very interesting career.
Yes.
A lot of people will know him from doing the kind of dirty movies of the late 90s and early aughts. But now, I guess he's in his 40s, mid 40s.
Yeah, mid 40s.
He's become like an executive producer, very hands-on producer, who's made shows like Preacher, which I've seen a couple episodes on, based on an excellent English graphic novel. He's produced The Boys, and now he's producing this, which what I like about it is, one, it brings back like mid-90s hip-hop, which kind of went under the radar now, so it's being rediscovered, but brings back a sense of not naivete, but a sense of teenage spirit, which we don't see because of shows like Euphoria, which feel definitely like they're 30-year-olds, not teenagers.
Well,
you know?
and they're obsessed more with the hypersexualized dark side of teen life. No, this one, the turtles feel like actual kids.
I mean, let's just say the performances make the movie.
Yeah, no,
the animation is great, but the chemistry between the turtles and Jackie Chan as Splinter are really fantastic.
Yes, and the music is a lot of Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross did the score. No, it's a fun movie, and it's also.
Can You Kick It? It's actually on my most listened to song of the year.
No, yeah, it's a super fun movie.
A genuine surprise.
Kind of like it really sad, but it's a real fun Teenage Ninja Turtles movie.
No, it's fun. All right, shall we move on? Next movie, which I had no plan on seeing it, but I did. Origin.
I've not seen that yet, so
you haven't seen it. Okay.
No, so I cannot comment on that.
Origin, Ava DuVernay made a really interesting movie. It's not like Wormwood, but it takes aspects where it tells a fictional narrative, but it's kind of spliced in with real things going on. I don't know how to describe it. And it's based on the true story of this woman who writes a book about caste systems. That if we explore the world through caste systems and not just the generic term racism, you'll see a pattern of societies and human behavior. So she specifically looks at the caste system in India, Nazi Germany, and slavery.
Oh, interesting.
But is also telling her own personal, the main character's personal story.
Well, don't spoil too much.
No. This is just no. Yeah. Through the loss of her husband.
Because this one actually premieres. This is technically they've been trying to give it awards buzz, but it technically premieres January 19th.
Okay, so
it's technically a 2023
but it's
movie.
very, very good. It stars Anjanae Ellis Taylor, who was in King Richard, If Beale Street Could Talk, The Help, When They See Us, Ray. She plays the main character. John Bernthal plays her husband. And what's so interesting about this film, first of all, there's a scene in the movie, I don't know if it was just the time I saw it, it legitimately made me cry, that deals with what you would say to someone after they've passed. Like the one thing you would say to them before they pass, but you say to them after they've passed. But it's a movie about it's a movie about writing a book and about ideas. And I think it feels so sincere. I mean,
Ava DuVernay is a fantastic filmmaker.
Well, her movie, The 13th, the documentary.
Oh, the documentary. Well, and I've always liked Selma. I thought that was a wonderful film about Martin Luther King.
Yes.
And but this one sounds like a nice comeback for her, because we all know she tried to do this big studio thing and did that with the Wrinkle in Time movie. So it's kind of nice to see her get back into what she sounds like she's genuinely passionate about.
And because we're in the award season, she did. So Neon produced this movie. Neon also produced Ferrari. And she has I think they call it directors on directors. So she talks with Michael Mann, and it's very fascinating.
Oh, I saw that. Yes, I saw that on YouTube.
And I think it's a very good movie.
Cool.
I think, and especially if you're an aspiring, it's about the creative process, but it's also about using art as a way to help you get through grief, but also as not a motivator, but a way to explore basically the underpinnings of society as it is. So very interesting. Oh, wow, I can't believe you haven't seen it.
I haven't had a chance.
So,
no, I haven't had a chance to see it.
Well, next film that we saw, we did do we recommend on, so we won't talk about it too much. The Killer.
David Fincher, that very nice return to form for
really good return to form.
Very good return to form for David. All I'll say is it's a very meticulous, intense film, and a great character portrait of basically an amoral character.
But it's also about the
yeah.
artistic process in a very weird way. It's almost David Fincher's own artistic process.
Yes, well, because I think the movie is really about him.
Yes.
I mean, it's really about him and the perfectionist and the journey of and how even a perfectionist can slip up once in a while, and
I mean the whole movie,
and then they'll go to any lengths to correct that
but
mistake.
Also the kind of weird hypocrisies or justifications. How this guy, he does all this talk about being professional, but really the whole plot is hinged around a bruised ego.
Yes, well, because a perfectionist like the character in this,
I'm out of beer.
like a perfectionist like this character is, they can't let a mistake go by, right? So he will go to any lengths to fix his screw up from the beginning of the movie. And in that sense, like I said, I think it's a fantastic portrait almost of Fincher himself, because he's known as a meticulous and perfectionist director. And
even if you don't love his films, you can't but respect them.
Well, the Craig Scott Tufoya made an interesting point about how he got the sense that Fincher made this movie as a response to people who thought Mank was a mistake.
I didn't think it was a mistake. I just did not
connect with it. It didn't live up to what is usually associated with the Fincher catalog, right?
Because dear viewers, or the one viewer right now, his previous movie was Gone Girl, and between Gone Girl and Mank, he made the two incredible seasons of Mindhunter, which he said that he was thinking about maybe a return.
Oh man! So what's next on the list?
One other thing I want to mention. It's also been a big year for his DP Eric Messerschmidt, who also DP'd on Ferrari, even though Killer is an objectively better shot film, and it has one of the better action sequences of the year in a Florida house.
I'm just like, man, how do you shoot one great movie and then you shoot?
Hey, that's what a director is.
Yeah,
right?
And then you shoot a so-so one later in the year. God.
But all right, next movie, which I know for a fact it's on your best of the year, and the more I thought about it, very, very good. But I just have a different internalization of the movie. I've also seen it fewer times than you have. Oppenheimer.
True confession, I've seen it 4 times. So I saw it 3 times in theaters,
twice in
IMAX, and it was a Christmas gift. So I saw it again on Blu-ray.
Now, dear viewers, if you haven't been able to tell by now, Alci is a huge history nerd / political scientist. He's worked closely with the late great Tom Hayden, and in fact, he was working on helping to work on a script called Stellium Gate about Oppenheimer.
Which your dad was going to direct.
He's very, very familiar with this time period. He's very familiar with this individual.
Which could account for my bias in enjoying the film. I think if I hadn't been so deeply invested in the story, I don't know what my reaction would have been to the movie.
That's why I'm here. I feel like I'm a good I know a bit about Oppenheimer, of course. But I think my reaction to this is, also as a Nolan enjoyer, I'm not a big Nolan fan. I really liked Tenet. 2020 I saw
which is where we disagree, because
I didn't put it on my best, but I thought it was a really great action film. I
enjoyed Tenet more rewatching it last year.
I think you mentioned that to me.
But I still didn't love it.
Fair enough.
Okay, I still didn't love it. But I liked it more.
But Oppenheimer, kind of like what Sofia Coppola did with Priscilla, I think Oppenheimer is an interesting, hopefully, maturation of Nolan. Now, it's still a Nolan film. If you've seen a Nolan film,
it's loud.
Now, we made fun of
the music never stops.
But the fact that he voiced the pitfalls of turning it into a thriller,
yes,
especially in the sections at Alamo because he wrote the screenplay from the perspective of Oppenheimer, which, call it pretentious, whatever. But what I found interesting from that,
but that's not even an exaggeration.
No. It's literally
the screenplay is literally written in first person.
Yes,
I mean it's real funny.
But what
look
I
it up
find interesting
online.
about that is when we talk about the perspective of the character, there was an actual there was a plot that succeeded to steal the diagrams for the bomb, but because from Oppenheimer he didn't give a shit about that. We don't follow that. Right?
No, of course. No, yeah, no, I'm just laughing thinking of how this could have been a really stupid movie.
Well, like the Paul Newman movie.
Well, here's the thing about Oppenheimer. That I really enjoyed. It's kind of like what I said earlier about Barbie. Nolan, with all the money this guy controls and all the access that he's given, I think now he's officially the third highest grossing director of all time, behind Spielberg and Cameron. He could have easily just asked for money to make something incredibly stupid.
A thriller.
Instead, he really dumped $100 million. Well, not dumped, invested, because he got all the money back.
Well, you could see every penny went into making that movie.
Into an actual biopic of this incredibly important scientist.
Controversial.
Something I've been seeing more, I actually read it this morning in another article on top movies of the year. Oppenheimer keeps getting compared to the 90s when directors like Oliver Stone and Spike Lee would make these big grand biopics like Malcolm X and Nixon.
An Angel at My Table. We mentioned that.
Well, no, but these are epic. Like
fair enough.
Malcolm X and Nixon are like just grand movies. And in the case of Nixon, it kind of destroyed Stone's career because it was such a big flop. But here comes Christopher Nolan in 2023, investing all his money in making this movie that's like 87% talking. You know, I mean, it's all
like 97%,
like 90% just talking. It doesn't have, dudes crawling walls and Batman and joke. It's an actual, it's a genuine biopic about this historical figure.
And Louis Strauss. One of Downey Jr.'s. I mean, he's been Iron Man for over a decade, but this performance is really strong.
And it's done with Nolan's breakneck style, right? Like that. For
better or for worse, I think.
Right. Yes. I mean,
some of its pitfalls is.
Yes. If you're not into Nolan in general. Well, I don't know. It's hard to say. I
think the music mixing is a genuine problem.
Yes, but I would say if you're not into Nolan, this is at least one you can give a chance. Like if you hated Inception, you can still give this one a chance. If you don't give a shit about Batman, you can still give this one.
Yeah, and there are flaws with it. Like I know for a fact the stuff with Florence Pugh, I could, for people who don't like him, they might think it's ridiculous. I get it. I think it works at showing his vulnerable side.
She was a crazy communist, according to the historical records.
But no, it's a very interesting film. And I think the way it tells a story about people, I mean, the first question you would ask is, how the hell did Oppenheimer not know and his team not know what the fuck they were doing? But the point is, they were obsessed in the science to the point where the fact that they were creating this and they were the first people on the planet to do that. That's all that mattered, right?
The movie raises that interesting debate between the merits of scientific discovery and what happens when discovery might mean creating something very unsavory.
Set the world on fire.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, beyond it's a little more than unsavory. We're talking here about atomic bombs. But Oppenheimer, played by Cillian Murphy in his best performance, easily.
Easy Oscar nom.
Easy. What the dilemma, the clash between his moral reasoning as a scientist, but his ambition as a scientist. Like, yeah, I know I'm making this weapon of mass destruction,
but I'm also making it.
But I'm also making, like, I'm also gonna make history.
I'm making this happen.
Like, I'm gonna be up there with Einstein and Newton and all these, scientific giants if I make this thing. That's again, it's that actually means the movie has much more complexity dramatically than your average Nolan just action romp. Like I said, I enjoyed Tenet a lot more the second time I watched it, but you're not walking out of Tenet, you're not walking out of Inception or Interstellar, which are fantastic movies. But you don't walk out of them.
They're straightforward movies that are being masqueraded as being more complex than they are.
But you don't walk out of those movies debating these issues, right? Like Interstellar, yeah, I mean, it's a fun movie, and you're left, processing this idea of like, ooh, what if I was, what if I was trapped by relativity, and I came back home and I was still 30 something, but everyone else was, like 80 something years old. That's the most you can really debate when you walk out of Interstellar. Oppenheimer's his first. You know what? Oppenheimer's like his first mature movie. I'm just thinking about that.
Wait. I would say Insomnia and Prestige do that pretty well.
What are you talking about when you walk out of Prestige? I like the movie. It's a fantastic movie, and I really liked Insomnia. I rewatched it recently, and I really enjoyed it. But okay, look, I'll put it this way: I went to see Oppenheimer with a crowd of mostly bloggers and YouTubers who, even though we're on YouTube right now, they wouldn't know shit about Robert Oppenheimer. And yet in the hallway, you could hear these very complex arguments about the bomb, and the implications of what was going on. I think if you walk out of Prestige, I think you'll be very entertained and you'll have a great time. And it's a skillfully done movie. I really enjoy the Prestige. But what do you really discuss after that movie? I mean, should he have killed his own electro twins? I mean,
I just think about the merits of artistic expression, sleight of hands, right? How much do you invest as an artist to make something Prestige, to feel real?
Or how far should you go also to crush your rivals?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Prestige does have a little bit of that.
The pressures of competition and.
Well, yeah. How far will people go to best someone? Right. Prestige does. And
ultimately, what does that matter? Like, why does that matter? If an audience themselves, they're still getting the same thing out of it. If the result is still the same, why does it matter to you as the creator? I find that interesting.
Okay, I can see that. Okay. And you know what? Batman also raises questions of Dark Knight famously raises a lot of questions about the surveillance state and how far,
While you talk about 9/11, I need a brief respite.
Well, so Oppenheimer. Other things that I really liked about Oppenheimer was the fact that Nolan proves that you can take a life like Oppenheimer and turn it into entertaining cinema. That's actually very difficult to do because you're trying to reach a general audience who, not everyone in the theater. You can even guess that most people in the theater have never read a full biography of Oppenheimer or dabbled in his Wikipedia. And yet Nolan found a way to bridge popcorn cinema with that kind of serious biopic. And I think for years to come, people will be debating the merit of this movie. Once all the chatter about the Barbenheimer hype dies down, I think people will be discussing the merits of this film as entertainment and as a serious film. And Yeah, Robert Downey Jr. is one of his best performances in years in the movie, and Cillian Murphy has the presence, of Oppenheimer. And one funny little aspect about Oppenheimer that I liked that Murphy captures in the movie very well is that wide-eyed stare Oppenheimer has. Uh, and I was thinking about it a lot because I recently went to Los Alamos and hung out at Oppenheimer's house and in the log cabin you see in the movie where all the scientists hang out. I was hanging around there winter 2022, and it was nice to see Nolan pay attention to those details about the personality uh, in the performance of Cillian Murphy, where he does something real tricky, which is, I think, making an entertaining movie about a guy who's living mostly in his head. That's actually harder than it sounds, and the movie does it. So I don't know, it'd be very interesting. I really want to see what your dad thinks about Oppenheimer. He's got to see it.
That'll
He's
be
got to
an
see it.
interesting
I have the
one.
Blu-ray. I will bring it. We will watch it at the Center for Media Design.
There we
We
go.
will have an evening of atomic cocktails, watching this
That'd
movie.
be glorious.
Watching.
But
this,
anyway,
this
if you
movie.
can tell for Alci, and once we get to our personal best of the year, we'll compare each step of the way. But if you can tell, it's on his. Mine, I thought was very good, but some of the things that make Nolan are also the pitfalls of why people might criticize his movies.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think if you're not into Nolan, you can still give this a shot, but some of his infamous,
They might get in the way.
Yes,
and
yes.
So
I mean, we spent the last year making fun of how there's one scene where they're badgering Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
Because if you know the history, Oppenheimer was later investigated by
a sham trial,
trial.
as it happens in this country.
And instead of Nolan, instead of trusting the performances and the editing, he really pumps it up with the music.
You know
to
what?
The point where you can't hear it.
We make it. Well, you can see exactly what we mean in our Barbenheimer episode.
Oh, that's right. It's in our Barbenheimer episode. Yes, yes.
I think now we'll move on to the next movie that I put in this list. I think after this will be pretty easy sailing because we've talked about most of these. So, Perfect Days.
Wim Wenders.
Actually, both of his movies this year, I was really debating if they go on my best. I don't know. There was just something that, because of the other films that came out, they were just really excellent, but I just couldn't put them on my best.
Perfect Days, it's a special film. It's a slice of life film from Wim Wenders,
which we saw in IMAX.
Which
very few people will
ever do.
See.
But we saw it in Caine and IMAX, which surprised us. Because when I read the synopsis, I thought, well,
how is this a movie?
But when we walked into the IMAX theater in Caine, I guess that's just how they roll in Caine.
Actually, since we're talking about Wim Wenders, even though they're at different spots for me, let's talk about both of his movies. I know we talked about Anselm a little bit with May December, but we might as well talk about both of them.
Hot take. I prefer Anselm, actually. Perfect Days is a beautiful film about a janitor in Tokyo and his.
It's about someone who appreciates the moments in life, but also who you can still feel lonely.
Anselm, though, is about an amazing German artist and how he's used.
Did that end up on your best or honorable?
Honorable.
Okay.
Honorable.
So roughly similar to what I'm doing here. Okay.
But Anselm is a wonderful work of poetry and biography, and the way it profiles this German artist who dabbles in painting, sculpture work, photography, but in the true sense of a poet, he knows how to eloquently express the inner recesses of his country and his society, and how he's been provocative in trying to essentially explore the legacy of the Holocaust and also the legacy of German history.
And symbols.
And it's special because Wenders, as a German director, can relate to that as well.
But
his first movies came out right at the tail end of the Cold War.
But I think something more remarkable about Wim Wenders and we mentioned this a bit in Anselm, but I'll tie this into Perfect Days. This is a guy who I think understands people on a level that even the greats, like we're talking about some of the best filmmakers we've seen on this planet Earth, even they don't quite tap into that. There's something about his nuance and sensitivity and how to portray very complex human feelings and emotion and translate that to me effectively on screen. It's remarkable.
And you know what, the fact that he doesn't waste the film away in just doing title cards or exposition. He lets us get to know the artist through the work and through the art itself
and through the music.
And through the music.
Perfect Days, through the cassette tapes, through Anselm, the amazing original soundtrack composed by Leonard Kusner.
No, exactly. These are wonderful portraits of personalities, both films. And you also sense Wenders is a director. He's an artist in obviously in his twilight years, who by profiling these characters, the fictional one in Perfect Days, the real artist in Anselm, he's no doubt asking questions about himself as well, and about the world that shaped him, and about the things he cares about, and the things that genuinely matter to him as an artist in Twilight. These are very special films, and Wim Wenders, for those of you watching who don't know his repertoire well, please check out Wings of Desire, Paris, Texas, and the Criterion Collection actually just put out one that I really like, but never gets talked about, Until the End of the World. So check out those movies.
For anyone in Los Angeles, there's a Wim Wenders festival at the Aero Theater this month.
Really?
So yes, or maybe it's spread across Los Feliz, but there's a big Wim Wenders festival. So
we're in Santa Monica right now, where the Aero has a fantastic program, but Los Feliz gets all the really, 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 really good stuff. I don't know who runs the American Cinematheque, but you guys have to.
They got a good operation going on.
Yeah, but you guys have to sparse that out a little better, because come on, man. I mean,
let us do a Q&A at some point.
Yeah.
Next film. All right, so we talked about Anselm, so we don't need to do that. The next four roughly we've talked about. Next one, John Wick Chapter 4.
I'm just gonna say, John Wick films, I know they're known as great popcorn entertainments, but they're genuine.
No, stop saying that. No, they are ballet. They are new age ballet.
They are genuine pop art. These are highly enjoyable action films. They're what action films should aspire to be.
They are what they do, done to pitch perfect.
Yes.
Anything.
Yes. No, they have actual artistry.
Seriously, what can you critique about their construction, their artistry?
They have actual artistry, which is
death ballet. I just extraordinary.
I will take a small break. I myself have to. You talk about John Wick.
So this is the last John Wick film starring John Wick. My personal ranking, I like the first one the most. Then I'll do Chapter 4, and then I think 2 and 3 are pretty much the same movie in the best kind of way. What I like about this one, and the reason I put it at my second favorite, is this is the movie that feels the most personal to John Wick. And this really feels this feels like a story about John Wick at its core, and about his mental process, and it really sees him struggle. But it also has some of the best action set pieces I think the series has seen, and that's a very high bar considering how great this. I mean, Chad Stahelski has really done something quite phenomenal with the series. I think he co-directed the first one, and then has directed the subsequent 3. And the big inclusion in this one is Donnie Yen is in this film. He plays basically Zatoichi. He's a blind swordsman, and it's about John Wick trying to clear the bounty on his head. But it does actually, interestingly enough, have some of the stronger writing of the series, which is surprising to say for action films like this. But it actually puts an effort into giving, let's say, Winston or Charon some solid lines in the film. The two sequences that really stand out to me, there is a gunfight that takes place around the Arc de Triomphe, which is incredible. And believe it or not, I believe like 90% of it was CGI. Like, no joke. But that just goes to show you, when you put so much love and care into your project, the way you stage it, the way you light it, people will still have that wonder that cinema used to, I would say, create or leave its lasting effect on people. I mean, you can only imagine watching some of the earliest films. There's the one of the train, the famous one from, I think it's the late 1800s, or seeing the Lumiere brothers, A Trip to the Moon, and that stuff. Like, you know that this is impossible, but you still don't know how the hell these people achieved this craft. And I think that's what happens in John Wick Chapter 4, especially that fight at the Arc de Triomphe. Amazing staging. It is genuinely breathtaking to see. And yeah, it's a personal story about a man who's just tired and just wants to find an end, and in a way doesn't care about what happens to himself. He just wants to see the job through, for whatever that means. Great, not great soundtrack, but very engaging soundtrack, amazing cinematography. Yeah, I would say now that these 4 films have come out, it will be quite a treat to actually watch them back to back, and see them kind of as a anthology, or the way people do for the Lord of the Rings. I know that's a big thing, to kind of watch the 3 films back to back. It's not an anthology, but as a connected story. And to see that for John Wick will be quite special. Quite special indeed. And well, Alci is still. Oh, I think he's on his way. But that will hopefully lead us into talking about another franchise, which has hit its 8th installment in a minute. But before we get there, we'll talk about a very interesting film that is kind of the trinity to Barbie and Oppenheimer, called They Cloned Tyrone.
Oh man, so that was one of the years.
But before we get there, I talked a little bit about John Wick Chapter 4, what I thought of its rankings, but I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to what you thought of the film.
No, I mean, again, I think funny enough, I hope Chapter 4 really was the last one, because the fun and artistry of these movies, I mean, you also don't want to overkill it. So I think with the joy of what the first 4 gave us, if a 5th one were to pop up, I hope it's because the director really has thought it through and does it with the same genuine passion that you see in the first 4. But no, let's move on to They Cloned Tyrone, which is a fantastic homage to the
really nice.
black exploitation genre. Yeah.
Man, it's kind of like I don't even know how to describe it. Well, okay, let's start with performances. Jamie Foxx, one of the most underrated performances of the year, hands down.
Yeah.
The pimp named Slickback.
No. He was amazing. Well, and it's a fun movie about. Well, it channels that revival of the black exploitation genre that's been in vogue, especially since Get Out. and it's a just fun movie about
but Days of
gentrification, racism.
Really does feel like it transplanted a 70s blaxploitation movie and brought it into the modern age. Get Out is in the spirit of the ideas blaxploitation was getting at, but it's its own slick thing. This feels like a genuine continuation of that genre.
Oh yeah, no. It's a fantastic movie.
Which you can hear more about on our Do We Recommend, but we really cannot stress enough that go check this out. It released this. It's not even a joke. It released the same day as Barbie and Oppenheimer, and this deserves equal praise and attention.
Yes, fantastic movie. And then next up,
Mission Impossible. Can you believe we got another Mission Impossible movie and nobody's talking about it?
Well, okay,
Paramount fucked up. Well, they fucked up real bad.
This is another excellent movie that will be discovered with time. The latest Mission Impossible had the bad luck of being programmed to premiere right at the edge of Barbenheimer, and I think film historians will write curious stuff about how. I think they're going to look in curiosity at how one of the best just straight action films of.
I mean, not just straight. It's an astonishing action film.
Astonishing action film. Really, timing is what proved fatal to it because it premiered right at a moment that is
like a week before.
A week before what is increasingly being seen as the defining film moment of maybe not just 2023, but of the decade, the whole Barbenheimer phenomenon. So you can't talk about Mission Impossible without talking about Barbenheimer, because Barbenheimer is seen as the one movie event that really saved the box office post-COVID, that might have broken the back of the superhero dominance of big popcorn movies. And so right before that, Tom Cruise releases another very well produced, very well written, brilliantly staged entry in the Mission Impossible series. And it just didn't live up to box office expectations, even though
that's truly sad.
I wouldn't, I think going back to what you just said, I think it is more on Paramount's shoulders, which
they really messed up.
Yeah, I don't want to blame audiences too much, because I think, what happened was it just got lost in the shuffle of. Well, you have to admit, Barbenheimer was a genuinely exciting movie-going moment in 2023. That's another moment. I think film historians in the future are going to look back and be like, so a Barbie movie and a movie about J. Robert Oppenheimer became like this huge cultural phenomenon. I just think poor Tom Cruise's people just I think Paramount just dropped the ball in premiering the movie too close to that.
I mean, it kind of feels kind of prophetic that we did a Do We Recommend, because we mostly are, the point of doing our series on that is to explore movies that do need more love in the current cinema landscape. And I just come back from being abroad, so I thought, it's a good way to talk about something. Yeah. But now, ironically enough, it is kind of apropos that it is on that show, because it was forgotten. I have not seen that on anybody's list on anything. People literally forgot that one of the defining action spectacles of our time was released this year.
I mean, well, here's the thing. I wouldn't call it a defining action spectacle. I would.
I mean, it kind of is.
It was a fantastic movie. I mean, it's one of the best action films of the year, definitely. Defining, I tend to put that more in the realm of. That's what I was just saying. Barbenheimer is defining because it dominated the culture well into now. I mean, even all the Oscar talk is being dominated by Barbie up to this moment. and it didn't reach the level of cultural significance of, and I know you'll definitely not like me saying this, but it didn't reach the level of cultural significance of Top Gun, Maverick,
No, I understood the significance of Top Gun.
Yeah.
I just think if you look at it as a movie, it's one of those where people try and generalize what's in the film. Like the stuff people like in the film isn't what the majority of the film is.
Sure. So what I think is going on with Tom Cruise is with the latest Mission Impossible movie is it's a great action movie. It's one of the best action films of the decade.
Well, since Mission Impossible Fallout.
Since Fallout. It's impressive the consistency that they've kept with this franchise. I mean,
the classiness.
The just sheer consistency is very impressive. It's just that it became a victim of history in 2023. It came out again right before this defining event. And I know we should be talking about the movie, but I'm more fascinated by the cultural aspect.
It's true.
Even
well, if they want to hear our thoughts about it, we have a
do we recommend?
We have a do we recommend and an Instagram live about it. So,
but I think, for example, it became a victim even of movie going habits, and what I mean by that is the reason you're seeing these movies like Barbenheimer, these Barbenheimer phenomena is becoming more important is because they're asking people not to pay more, right, for movie tickets. And which is why everyone gets the AMC memberships.
Yeah. Our friend Jose has it, I think.
Exactly. So when it comes to stuff like Mission Impossible, people I think were saving their pennies to go see Barbenheimer, and so that hurt the movie again because it came out right when this big phenomenon was happening. But like other movies we've mentioned tonight, I think this is another one that with time people will discover it, and you'll see more think pieces popping up on how it's one of the great action movies.
What? Speaking of think pieces, you sent an excellent piece Scout to Foya wrote on the Mission Impossible series.
On the series as a whole, which is fantastic.
When this whole thing is finally done and we write a description, let's make sure to add that because it's really fantastic.
Fantastic piece on what the whole, and and it's funny because again he wrote that very sincere and introspective piece on Mission Impossible, not realizing the movie was just going to die at the box office. I mean, everyone thought it was going to be a big hit, but just no one.
Well, and any other year, it would have been a hit. That's how crazy Barbenheimer was.
Fallout was a big hit in 2018.
It was on my list of best movies of the year.
That was a fantastic year for that movie. And then this one just...
Sadly.
It's what happens when you get caught up in an epoch. When you get caught up in
honestly, Paramount is to blame.
Yes, I mean, they should have saved that movie for after the whole.
Well, it would have been a great August movie.
Would have been a great late summer, early fall film. That's when it should have come out. August. For those of you new to this stuff, if your movie is not Barbenheimer and you're trying to compete with that kind of beast, the best times to release tend to be August and January. Why is that? Because by August, all the big summer movies have passed. So mostly a bunch of crap gets released in August. By January, all the big Oscar movies have already premiered. So most of January is dominated by, again, crap. As we just saw, the first big movie of the year for 2024 is Night Swim, another Blumhouse cheapo throwaway horror film. So they should have saved Mission Impossible for like an August, early September release when everyone had already seen Barbie and Oppenheimer. But go check it out. I'm assuming it's on Paramount Plus or something. I'm sure it's streaming on one of those.
Well, now we're finally getting into it. These last two here are as close to the honorable mention that I would describe. They were very close, but it's a classic. I can't. There's no real reason
Well, we
why
got
they're
we got to
here.
speed up, and
Here
we're
we
hitting
go.
the 3 hour. We have this is our longest ever live stream.
It's
This is 3 hours and
Hey,
38 minutes.
We'll get pizza.
What I gotta go, but we have a meeting.
We'll get pizza.
We have a meeting. I have to I have to get out of here. So what's the next one? What's
Killers of the Flower Moon.
Oh yes. So okay, it's been gaining some controversy lately. Obviously, Martin Scorsese's film about the Osage murders in the early 20th century. I mean, we have a whole do we recommend on it. I will stand firm in my position that I just think it's a fascinating crime film in the tradition of movies like in Cold Blood. And it's, could you make a stronger film about this case from the Osage point of view? Sure. But what Scorsese did was, it's a very engaging profile of nefarious and unsavory American characters. That it goes to the heart of how how open racism and genocide can take place in open view. Like Gaza today.
It's interesting. I think what I liked, it's kind of like an anti-crime film.
Yes.
In the sense that you know exactly who's committing the crimes, and you know that there's nothing you can do to stop them. And one thing I found fascinating is, I guess one of the criticisms you can leave at the film is like, why are the Osage buying into marrying these white guys? Like, why? Like, there's something off about that. But I think the way I saw it is that money did corrupt the Osage. They thought that because they had all this wealth, that white people would respect them.
Yeah, it's and if you read the book, I mean, that really is a running theme in how it's kind of funny how greed trumps race and culture and all these things. And even though it ties to the history of American colonialism and the genocide of the indigenous peoples, yeah, it's kind of funny how the Osage, like many, ironically enough, like many upper classes, thought that all this oil wealth and all these resources could protect them from not just the racism, but just the sheer greed of anybody that would try to get into their community and get their hands on that wealth and marry their women purely to be gold digging parachuters and stuff. And I thought DiCaprio and De Niro are perfect portraits of the shameless.
To me, I think it's De Niro's best role in a long time.
Yeah,
I think the way he plays that character, Caine, is you know something's off from the beginning.
I read some complaints, right? But he from the beginning, he's bad. And
I'm like, that's the point.
And I'm like, well, yeah,
but the point that we know that, and the fact that the Osage still bought in that he would help them, that's the tragedy.
Well, yeah, I mean, I want to tell them, well, I mean, I know I'm getting a bit controversial right now, but I mean, I'm Netanyahu, it's like these are political figures clearly openly being, cruel and
well, I would say King is more like Biden. Let's be real.
Yeah, like they're openly being cynical and cruel, and what? Like, who's gonna stop them, right? Like, who's gonna go and put them in their place? They have all the power, and that's kind of that's what makes De Niro's guy more nefarious here. That
yes,
he knows
they're not the Hitlers. That they're these pathetic people who commit these crimes.
And because he has access and wealth, he can just kind of get away with all this stuff.
Well, also the ending, how it's also it's also a critique of sensationalizing these fucking horrific things. Like,
exactly.
If you're there in the time, it's just like this. It's pathetic and despicable. There's nothing glamorous about it. It's just ill intentions.
No, exactly.
Maturity for Scorsese, who's in his 80s already. We saw it in IMAX. we got our own intermission because
The
of
fire
rabble
alarm,
rousers,
yeah.
but you can hear about that a little bit more in our Do We Recommend. The only other thing we'll add is that the score by Robbie Robertson is the heartbeat of the movie, and that Lily Gladstone, that last scene she has with DiCaprio is like incredible.
Fantastic.
Next movie.
Divisive movie, but
very
we
good.
liked it, yeah.
So this one almost made it onto my best. The Zone of Interest.
How did that's totally on my best. I love the Zone of Interest is the best cinematic personification I've seen recently of what Hannah Arendt termed the banality of evil. Right, this idea that monstrous machines, monstrous engines of control, whether it's, in this case it's Nazi Germany. The movie is based on a Martin Amis novel about the Nazi commandant who literally was trying to build his dream house right next to Auschwitz. But it's a portrait of how the most frightening thing about these fascist systems is that
normalcy.
Well, they operate primarily because of the cogs in the system. It's not always just the charismatic leader. The charismatic leader can't carry this stuff out without the worker ants in the bottom level. And Jonathan Glazer, great, excellent filmmaker.
Coming back after a decade.
After a decade, his last movie was what's become a cult classic, Under the Skin, with Scarlett Johansson as an extraterrestrial.
Dude has only made like 3 movies. He makes one like every decade. I respect him. I respect that.
You're right. He's only made 3 movies.
It's like 3 or 4. His first 2 were made within like 3 or 4 years.
No. He's made a movie. He's only made 3 movies.
First 2 I remember. It was like 99 and 2002, 2013, and now 2023.
No. Birth was 04.
I'm gonna look this up right now.
Birth was that was his debut. Birth was 04, which is a fantastic movie. It stars Nicole Kidman as a wealthy New York woman who a boy in her building claims to be her reincarnated husband, and wonderfully shot, very well acted, very impressive debut, and then. In 2013,
Sexy Beast was 2000.
Sexy Beast, that's the other one. I keep forgetting about that one.
Then which was just Birth was 2004.
2004.
And then Under the Skin was 2013.
2013.
And then
Zone of Interest.
And he's made shorts, but he's made 4 movies.
4 features, yeah.
04, 2013, and 2023.
And his visual eye is always impressive, but
he made a movie that is the epitome of meticulous.
Yes. Well, so I saw it with a Q&A with the lead actor who plays the commandant, and he shared a very He shared a very interesting anecdote. He said that that they shot in a house, right? That was a recreation of the commandant's house. But get this. They shot multiple scenes simultaneously. So while he is talking to his wife, right, in the living room, at the same time they were shooting The Help.
The Polish Help.
Exactly. So that way it always felt like it was an actual living domestic arrangement. Like it was actual people living in this house at all times. That's crazy. But it's great. It's great.
It is a hard movie to describe. Just watch it. Just watch it. Because the reality is, what most people won't realize is what you see in this film is happening right now. Right now. The same attitudes are happening right now.
Yes.
In the Middle East.
Well, in the world, I would say the powerful message of the film is that horrors, right? The big historical horrors. We talk about them right now with such
sweeping scope.
But at the time, most people just accepted it and went along with it. And you cannot have something like the Holocaust happen without the worker ants, without the cogs in the system. And that's why I brought up the banality of evil. That was an Arendt's term from a book she wrote about this Nazi Adolf Eichmann, who was just a nobody. He was just like a lower tier Nazi.
Well, let's be real. Most fascists are nobody. That's why they become fascists. They basically project all their insecurities onto anyone. They just pick someone and
well, yeah, and in the case of Zone of Interest, it's about how this guy who runs Auschwitz. He's not really ever stopping to think, I'm running a death camp.
Because you're overcomplicating it. The way Jonathan Glazer shoots this movie, it's as you're watching a movie about a fucking like Wall Street nobody. No, I go to work and let's make that. If we design the furnaces this way, we'll have a 30% productivity.
But that's literally the situation here. That you realize that these top Nazi officials are no different from any common bureaucrat who is just trying to move up the ladder, which makes it more effective and disturbing because you realize that that's how the Holocaust happened. It wasn't maniacal villains sitting around. We're gonna do this.
Sensationalized.
Yeah, it was a bunch of suits.
Well, that scene, we're not going to spoil anything, but that scene at the end when they say commandant this, and every single person is a concentration camp, represents a concentration camp, and they're sitting around this giant fucking table.
Well, or when they're going through what's that chilling scene where they're going through the blueprints for a gas chamber,
the one at the beginning,
where the crematorium.
Yeah, where the guy's like, if we do this new intake here, we'll have a 30% productivity, and you're like, oh, they're talking about the fucking. And the other thing, I don't know if you probably noticed, because they're right next to Auschwitz, they make a big deal about this garden.
Oh, yes.
And the reason the garden is doing so well is because the ashes from the smokestacks are basically the fertilizer.
And I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing.
No, but it is
the irony of it.
As my father mentioned, it is the classic Buñuel surrealism. You focus on the mundanity of life as it happened and how it was, and you realize this is so dark and sickening, it becomes funny in a really fucked up kind of way. When you realize exactly what these things are, it's like, Jesus Christ.
Well,
and the fact that we haven't learned a fucking thing.
Yeah, that it's continuing. But amazing movie, Zone of Interest.
And finally,
we need to speed up.
Finally, okay, we're getting to the good stuff. I am at my top 10.
Oh my god!
And it's not an honorable mention, but in the last few years, I've done one movie that is so fucking whack, it cannot fit in any sort of ranking. This year, the honor goes to Robert Rodriguez's Hypnotic.
Why are we talking about this movie?
That movie was so fucking weird.
Why are we talking about this movie?
I don't even know how to describe it, but it exists outside of the space-time.
I think we're the only people including Hypnotic in any kind of discussion.
But now we are at we'll do our top 10.
I mean, I will quickly add, though.
We did see it at the Grand Lumiere Theater.
Yes, I will add that for some reason I cannot bring myself to dislike this movie, just because the memory of seeing it is so much fun. It's actually worth discussing more than the movie itself. We saw it on one of the closing nights of the Cannes Film Festival at the Grand Lumiere. We walked the red carpet with the photographers and a lot of the flashy influencers.
With Racer.
Models. Yeah, and Racer Rodriguez. With Jose, we got into the Grand Lumiere Theater. We sat there and then we watched on a giant screen.
This is fucking wacko movie.
Yeah. Well, and we watched also on the screen as Robert Rodriguez arrived with his entourage.
But even without that, it exists outside of the space-time continuum.
Here's the thing, though. I mean, see, Robert Rodriguez, to to put it in broader perspective, for those of you who might know the history of the guy, he got his first big movie deal in '94 when he made a super cheapo indie movie called El Mariachi. But the thing is,
it's so awesome. I love it.
Well, here's the thing. He's a natural talent who knows how to make dynamic images. So even when his movies are stinkers like this one, there's still a liveliness to the images and to the directing that's infectious. Even if it's a bad movie, you can tell the guy generally likes to make movies.
I can't even tell you if this movie was bad or good. It just doesn't. It's just a thing. It's so weird. I think one of these days we need to get Jose again to actually try and describe what this movie was.
Look, he genuinely likes to make movies, and even his, his best movie I still think is Sin City. That's the closest he's come to a great film. But I'm thinking, for example, of his '96 film From Dusk Till Dawn.
Oh, yeah.
Where George Clooney and Tarantino go to this, a vampire bar in Mexico. It's an absurd movie, but it's shot with such energy and genuine passion in the images that you can't help but be taken in by it. This movie has okay, look, let's be frank. This movie is an Inception ripoff. That's what it is.
It's a ripoff of everything you've ever seen.
Yes, it's a big Inception ripoff, but you feel Rodriguez.
It's unequivocally Rodriguez, and that's why it's hilarious. Yeah. So I got to throw that out there.
His last genuinely good film was probably
Sin City.
No. Planet Terror was probably like his last.
It wasn't great.
No, but that was like his last genuinely fun movie. That was '06. So it's been a while.
Then we did We Can Be Heroes and stuff. We can talk about Robert Rodriguez, but now we're at the point, top 10, top worst. We'll have our dessert before our salad, so let's do the worst. Okay, you've seen more worst films than I have, but I'm gonna run it down really quickly. A few of these are from Disney, the Marvels.
Oh yeah,
what a fucking just
not even worth long to somebody.
I have nothing more to say than what we already said on our Instagram Live. Number 6. Now this is one of the worst films of the year, but one of my best memories of the year, and that's saying a lot. The Meg 2. I personally had an amazing time at the theater.
That's why I couldn't put it in my worst.
It's a terrible movie, but I had fun with it. It's good, bad.
No, it's
Next movie, I think now we're going to start to align. I know you were about to say it. The Last Voyage of the Demeter. That was a miserable experience. You remember that? That was miserable.
That was a terrible. That it's an attempt at filming one chapter from Dracula,
which Coppola did much better in about 30 seconds
or Herzog in 2 minutes. It's
I remember that. The duality of man, the Meg, terrible, but we had an amazing time.
I described it as this when I posted my top worst. Wind, rain, screams, wind, rain, big bat fighting everyone. That's all you got to know about that.
Oh, and it has an Avengers stupid ending. It sucks. Yeah. And I remember we were exhausted when we saw it. We were starving.
That was
Popeyes we had.
No, terrible. Oh, that was way better than the whole movie.
That was great, but man, that movie, the whole movie. Okay, number 4. So I only have 7 because you've seen more than I did. So I've done the Marvels, the Meg 2, and Demeter. So I've done 3. You've already done about 3.
I'll read my whole list right now, but real quick.
Do your list first before me, because I think
mine going bottom to top without getting. I won't go through every single one in detail, but 10 was Shazam: Fury of the Gods.
We did that.
9 was Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. 8 was Fast 10. 7, Love Again, which we also just discussed. 6, Last Voyage of the Demeter. 5, Five Nights at Freddy's.
Oh, yes.
I'm just not even going to talk about these movies.
Well, if the moment you talk about it, you're going to have a bunch of fucking freaks like dox you or something.
4, Heart of Stone, Gal Gadot.
Oh, Jesus.
God awful.
The worst actress probably in the world?
Well, she's not even an actress, so let's
she's a genocide supporter.
Yeah, what was that? 365. No one remembers this movie. Adam Driver stuck on a dinosaur planet.
What was a worse performance of his this year, in 65 or Ferrari?
65. No, you know what? Hot take. At least in 65, he doesn't have the accent. So
Oh shit! Okay.
And then 2, Exorcist Believer.
Oh my god, I have that. I wore that T-shirt last night.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What makes that one worse than all the other ones is, well, you're not doing justice to a classic. Stop claiming you're doing a sequel to like this, one of the great classics.
None of the classics. We talked about it with our free contribute. The Exorcist is a flawless movie.
Yes.
There are very few movies you can say that, but The Exorcist is like, I'm sorry, if you have a problem with The Exorcist, you're objectively wrong.
I think you're making this okay. And then number 1.
Oh shit. Okay.
Which I know is on your
okay. Wait. Okay. Since our number 1 is aligned, I'm gonna do my 4.
Okay. Yeah. Do the other 4. Yeah.
Number 4, Wish. Oh, fucking Disney. That movie
I have nothing else to say about that. That movie sucked.
It's forgettable. It's a movie made for white Brentwood people. It sucks.
It was garbage.
Number 3, Ant-Man and Quantumania. Disney, you have had a stinker year. I saw that on a plane. I was getting drunk off $2 red wine, and that movie still sucked.
I saw that on IMAX, and I think I'll hate it even more if I see it on a normal TV screen. Basically, that was the movie I think that will really, when people go look back at the whole Marvel phase, I think this is the movie that really, really made people stop and think, okay, this is starting to wobble. Like, this is starting to fall apart.
That was embarrassing.
What a year for Marvel. Well, let's not get too controversial, but it's funny.
I saw Secret Wars.
Well, it's kind of funny how it started. The year started off announcing Jonathan Majors as their big villain with this movie with Quantum.
And then he decided to beat his girlfriend.
And then it's with him getting fired.
Did you see the Good Morning America thing he did?
No, I didn't see the whole interview. I didn't have time.
It feels like Black Mirror.
Does he call himself a great man?
It's something. Okay, now number 3. Number 2, I hated it. I fucking hated it. And the only reason it's not number 1 is because we saw the worst movie made this century. My number 2 of the year, Maestro. That movie is a
hot take.
That
right
movie's
there.
a fucking piece of shit. I'm gonna read my review that I wrote.
Yes, go for it. I'm
sorry.
nicer too. I was not a
Yes,
fan.
you were.
I was not a big fan of the movie, but
1
I was
star.
nicer
I'm gonna
too.
read it to you verbatim because
God.
you don't even have to like music. It's a movie about nothing. Is this shit a fucking joke? Bradley Cooper performs the main subject like a vaudevillian caricature while accomplishing the most impossible task and biggest insult of all, making Leonard Bernstein boring. This 2-hour and 11-minute short astoundingly says nothing. I mean, nothing at all. As an audience, we learn zero about Bernstein, classical music, sexuality, marriage, genius minds, or Bernstein's unique relationship with music itself. What makes him tick and why Bernstein was the center of life wherever and whenever he stepped foot. This is a bad movie, a lame biopic, and another insult to complex, brilliant artists. Cooper could have explored Bernstein through his wife, Felicia, who herself is a fascinating character, but can't pick a lane between filleting himself or actually giving Carey Mulligan a chance to really shine. This film indeed spent its runtime retarding into the fermata. Does anyone really take this seriously? Time to cleanse my soul with Milos Forman's masterpiece Amadeus.
I mean, again, I was a little nicer to the movie.
But why? I mean, yes, the photography is nice, but it doesn't do anything.
No, I think I think it is at the end left empty. I thought there were more. I thought it was a movie of interest. I thought it was a worse version of Ferrari, in that it's a movie with many interesting moments or interesting.
Like what?
Well, I think this whole idea of how Bernstein is living this double existence where
But it doesn't say anything about that. You have people talk a lot about it, but it never does.
I think it's clear the portrait is that he's this great artist who's inevitably very selfish, and
but we never see that.
Oh, we totally see it.
No,
in the
we
way
don't. Everyone just tells us about it.
We totally see it in how he's clearly not supposed to be in this relationship with Carey Mulligan, and he's clearly.
But everyone just says it. We never see it. That's the problem. It's just people walking into rooms saying that everything's in shambles.
We clearly see it in like the party scenes where he's flirting with other men.
What?
And fucking
what scene?
What do you mean, like the Christmas parties where he's like, okay, I think you clearly see he's a bisexual man. Who wants to have his cake and eat it too. He wants to have this marriage with Carey Mulligan while he's sleeping with other men. And
you don't even get a sense he wants to do anything. That's the problem.
It's clear he's flirting with like every guy.
No, what? No.
What are you talking about?
He flirts with Matt Bomer at the beginning before he meets Carey Mulligan. And then there's the party scene where she catches him in the hallway.
No, look, it's not a complete. I agree. It
fleetingly says that these things are happening, and that's it.
I mean, aside from the fact that Bradley Cooper mumbles his whole role, I can't comprehend.
He mumbles and smokes and pretends to have the same ecstasy as Bernstein. It's embarrassing.
I mean, that was Leonard Bernstein.
No, but Leonard Bernstein. No. But here's the problem. This is my problem with it. Bernstein, for better and for worse, it came from a true place. That expression that led him into hot water and a strained relationship with his family is the same one that had this just amazing outpouring of energy when he was conducting.
Well,
Bradley Cooper, it's a facsimile of that. It feels so disingenuous.
Well, I mean, look, now Bernstein himself is a very controversial character. I mean, a lot of
and he made that shit boring.
A lot of in fact, there's even debate over. I mean, a lot of music critics still debate whether we should give him all the applause he gets. But what I think the movie does that's interesting is it creates this. Again, the comparison I make with Ferrari is that it's this grandiose portrait of the guy that's incomplete. I don't think Cooper knew what to focus on with this. I don't think he knew what he wanted to say about this personality.
Okay, hold on. The difference with Ferrari is that Michael Mann had an idea, he just didn't convey it well. No, wrong. The difference with Maestro is
I think Cooper clearly wants to.
He wanted to win a fucking Oscar.
Yeah, well, sure, but so does Mann. But what I think,
Mann wanted to make a film. No, Mann wanted to make a film that he knew too much about, and he couldn't convey that well. Bradley Cooper didn't even know who Leonard Bernstein was.
Here, I think Cooper wants to say that Bernstein was a conflicted guy because he was bisexual.
Oh, that's like that's a Riverdale plot. That's not that.
Yes, I mean, but I think that's what he was going for, but he doesn't deliver it.
Not even remotely. He doesn't deliver anything. That's the problem. You know who directed this movie? His DP. That's the only good thing.
I think Bernstein, what he thought he was making was a movie about how this guy is bi. He therefore cannot come. He doesn't realize how his selfishness is destroying this other person. And I think that's what he thought he was making a movie about, this conflicted artist who's a great artist.
What you read on the pitch is not how it comes across.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is clear that he was aiming for.
But when people are the
movie, I wouldn't rank it as one of the worst of the year.
It's the worst of the year. No, but why? It failed in everything it accomplished. It does nothing.
I think like other critics have pointed out, like even when it's left empty,
which is the whole movie,
you can still see the skill of its making, which it didn't even make my honorables. But what I'm saying is, if you compare it to some of the worst things that came out this year, like there were worse movies than Maestro.
One.
You
No,
know,
but no. But here's the problem. I like Matthew Libatique did a great job, but even the cinematography doesn't enhance the themes of the movie just because he helped set up a frame. Like, I hated Blonde. I hated it. But the difference between Blonde and Maestro is Blonde, which was its problem.
I think Blonde is a worse film.
Okay. Well, the difference is Blonde was more insulting with how it like twisted the knife in the gut.
I thought Blonde was way more pretentious.
But at least it had more movement. And for better for worse, and I think they're both terrible. It felt like a music video, which was bad for the movie. The problem with Maestro is it's doing nothing.
I thought Maestro at least made again not a successful attempt, but it made more of an attempt at trying to give the characters more dimension than Blonde.
What?
Blonde has zero dimension to any of those characters.
Oh my god,
zero.
It misfires.
Are you really gonna tell me Blonde has more dimension than Maestro?
And we're talking about complete shit here, but the shit has a half inch.
More
like Maestro is so much worse. We're talking about something being bad because it has nothing. It's like
Blonde has compared to this. Like
the difference is Blonde I was being shoveled shit mixed with paprika. Maestro, I was being fed grits with hot grits with nothing. I thought Maestro was a fucking
compared
piece
to
of
Blonde.
shit.
Okay, look, Blonde
was more insulting, but a different way.
God.
They failed at different ways.
See, Maestro least Maestro was bad, but at least
terrible.
I walked up more intrigued by the character than Blonde. Blonde zero.
Oh
Blonde,
my god, no.
Zero. Blonde says zero, and at least
Maestro says zero.
What then? Blonde.
Blonde says something, but
what?
badly.
What?
That
What?
she genuinely wanted to have it's bad. I'm not saying it was good, but I'm saying it failed to portray her as someone who wanted to have a family, who wanted to be an artist. Maestro doesn't even do that.
But Blonde doesn't even.
But it's I'm not saying it's. I'm saying it's bad. Maestro doesn't even do. Maestro tells us that he's good at these things.
Okay. What are you talking? Okay. When Cooper, is pretending to conduct the Mahler, the Resurrection Symphony, that at least says more about the character than anything in Blonde says about Marilyn Monroe.
That he waves his arms around?
No, that is the one. No, that is the one. Okay, as corny as it comes across, at least in that scene, you get that one sense. This is the only time Bernstein feels free and like himself.
It feels completely disconnected.
That is the only time, but there's not a single moment like that in Blonde. There's not a single moment where we genuinely tap into what makes Marilyn Monroe tick. Whereas in Maestro,
at least in Blonde, Maestro, remember, we're talking about shit here. Blonde is a terrible film, but at least in Blonde, you get a sense that she tried. The difference is Maestro. People talk about the things that he does and why he's an absent father. In Blonde, you at least, and I said it fails, but it fails in trying to see her become an actor. And how she gets abused doing that. Maestro,
not just really.
People, you get a scene of Maestro and Bradley Cooper's giving an interview, and then Felicia talking about Bernstein, and then another scene of his kids saying how mad they are.
I mean, so for example, in Maestro, you even get that final scene of him teaching the boy toy.
That was embarrassing
compared to anything in Blonde.
They're both terrible. Oh
my god. Okay.
But the difference. Okay.
I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it does more.
I'm talking about an active.
Blonde.
No, both are bad. Okay. Andrew Dominic wasn't acting in the film. The difference is I think one difference is I don't have as much connection to Marilyn Monroe. She's been portrayed so much in media. The difference is, one, when people try and portray classical musicians, they never do a good job, except for one. And two,
tricky, yeah.
Bernstein, anyone who lived in New York in the 80s and 90s,
which we didn't.
No, but my mom did, and like, I have family that you knew when he was in town. He was the hottest thing around, and the fact that and studied and did orchestra seminars with him. The fact that you get nothing of what that was like. And the fact that Bradley Cooper was directing himself was the biggest mistake of all.
Well, but again, I still think you get more insights into what makes the man tick, because he's then in Blonde. In Blonde, you get no insight into Monroe, whereas in as clunky as he does it in Maestro, you get a sense that this is a man driven by his own rages, his own insecurities, his own sexual dilemmas. And that channels into why, when he conducts, that's the only time he's actually him. That's the only time he actually feels like himself. And it's also part of his selfishness, because he really, at the end of the day, only cares really about.
But are you saying that because you've read about Bernstein and you know that's what he was thinking? That's you don't get that from the film itself.
No,
you get that from understanding Bernstein from an outside perspective.
But what I'm saying is, in comparison to Blonde.
Okay, both are bad. I'm not arguing Blonde's a good movie.
But I'm saying Maestro is still the better film.
Better. I'm saying
that's like, better film.
I can't. I'm not going to use the word
better. Rank it.
I'm talking about how they both fail. That they're both terrible, and I hate them for different reasons.
So I'll just say this: I didn't have as bad of a time in Maestro as I did at Blonde. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't rank Maestro in my best of the year or even my honorables. I'm just saying it's
okay.
It's
maybe Blonde was a more miserable experience, but they're terrible for different reasons. But what really is terrible, and perhaps the worst movie made in the last 10 years, that isn't Maestro, which fucking sucks. and this is, genuinely, I don't think Maestro would have been my worst movie of the year, except we both had the dishonor, the absolute dishonor.
Well, we got to speed it up because it's 6:30. We got a minute. We got a meeting at 8 for another project we're working on.
Expendables 4.
Oh my! Okay, yes, that's just that's just. Well, it's not even a movie. That's just
that which we taught. We did an Instagram live thing, which was us trying to. I don't even know what we were doing there.
You know, the problem is, this is the kind of movie you can't really.
It's not a movie.
It's a
tax scheme. Yeah, it's a tax write-off. It's fraud.
Trash. It's but basic. So it's another case of a sequel, once again coming out a decade after the last movie. I've been saying this ever since we saw it. The only way to describe it properly is that it's a Nintendo 64 game. Literally, the visual effects look like something from 1997. It's not even a joke.
Like 1992, like before Jurassic Park. It is a travesty.
It's absolute nonsense.
And even worse, we got no refreshments. We were sitting there hungry, starving. And the Australian critic next to us, he was getting mad at us because we were talking shit the whole time.
No, exactly. It was so bad.
That was miserable. It might be one of the worst major movies I've ever seen.
No, it was terrible. It was absolute trash. The performance, there's no performance. There's just no life to any of this movie.
It was embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for everyone who made that.
Why was this? It
cost $100 million.
And you know what? It honestly looks like the first ever rough cut put into wide release. For those of you who don't know what that is, a rough cut is a version of the movie before before anything's been finalized. The sound, the special effects, anything. And that's what this felt like. It was like a rough cut being put into wide release. It
was so embarrassing.
It was so bad.
So that is the number one. Now, did you already read your honorable mentions for worst of the year?
I don't think I had any. My worst is just the worst. Because honestly, once you say it's the worst of the year, there's no point in putting dishonorable mentions. I mean, there's what did I put? No, yeah, that's it. So
Okay.
so
Now we can finally pivot. This is our last section.
oh my god.
Last section. Hey, a lot of movies this year.
Well,
so
we gotta speed up because we gotta
read off your honorables. I think we covered quite a few of them
in fact, I
because
should because I need to. I gotta take off to make it on time for a meeting. 6:34. Okay, so my honorable.
we covered a few of them, but there might be a few that I didn't see.
Barbie, how to blow up a pipeline, Priscilla, the killer, Spider-Man.
Okay, we disagree.
Spider-Man Across the Universe, Spider-Verse. Bottoms.
I didn't see that.
Of an Age, a very obscure indie that I like to throw. I like to throw in movies a lot that just were very good but were just ignored. We talked about John Wick, chapter 4. We talked about the Iron Claw. We talked about Freud's Last Session, and we talked about Alci.
Okay.
And some.
So essentially, if Alci was structuring it like I did, everything in his honorable mentions would be in my tier 2, essentially.
Yes.
So, you did 10. I'm at 10 exactly. We're gonna have some overlap for sure. One I know for okay, number 10 for me. Los Colonos.
Yes, which is being released actually this upcoming Friday, January 12th, as The Settlers.
Movie bought the rights. Another one we saw at Cannes because we couldn't get into the big ones. We were still trying to figure out. But all the films we got into, I feel very happy that we saw them. Los Colonos, it's in the spirit of a movie like The Proposition. It's basically The Proposition, but in Chile.
Yes, so it's a very fascinating Western about the colonization of Chile. And well, what makes it very special is it's really about the link of colonization all through the continent. And the way that
and its far reaches, because this story takes place at the tip of Chile.
Well, yeah, it's about how the way the indigenous communities all across the Americas were hunted down and exterminated. Like, there's really no difference. In fact, one of the characters in the movie is a former Texas Ranger.
Yes.
Who's hired by Chilean industrialists.
There's a Texas Ranger and a Scottish guy that we won't talk about more because that's part of the story.
Yeah, so they're hired to clean out the Mapuche, indigenous people from a particular tract of land in Chile, and it just shows that the I think for me an interesting subtext of the story is how our history is so linked. And as much as we gripe about immigration and all these things in the United States, we share a continental history that's not acknowledged. And it's a great Western.
It's beautifully shot. One of the best scores of the year. I think we were kind of blown away when we saw it. We were like, what the fuck?
Well, because it felt like a classic John Ford Western, but in South America. And
you could tell they shot on location because that wind was at like 40, 50 miles per hour in those scenes.
Astounding movie.
The last shot of the movie is going to haunt me forever.
No, it's an astounding
So
movie.
go see it. I think we've talked about it in almost every episode we've done this year.
Yes, because it's one of those special movies that you see it once and it just kind of stays with you for the whole.
Can't wait to see it again. What's your number 10?
Past Lives, which we also just
discussed.
That's
where we disagreed. I put that in my tier 3.
My number 9 was American Fiction, which we also discussed.
Okay, so my number 9 is The Boy in the Heron.
Oh yes, great film by Hayao Miyazaki.
We did a Do We Recommend, so we won't talk about it that much.
Wonderful
but
epic anime.
Kind of like Scorsese. It's kind of amazing to see true veteran filmmakers mature still.
Yeah, it's astounding. I
actually have the IMAX poster there. We saw it in IMAX with our producer Jose. Another one of the most special movie experiences I had this year.
No, a wonderful film.
So 10 and 9 we've done. Number 8.
May December. Todd Haynes.
Okay. Yes, yours is so. Yes. We'll talk because mine is a little bit earlier on.
Okay.
So we'll talk about my number 8, which I know we're gonna fundamentally disagree on. Bo is Afraid. I couldn't get into it at first, but I ended up really liking it.
Well, I actually did not dislike the movie. I actually found it to be a fascinating film when it first premiered back in April, around there, April
Yeah.
2023. I wouldn't put on my best, but I did think it was a very interesting film from Ari Aster, who's essentially playing his own. He's directing like he's his own therapist in the film. It's a very Charlie Kaufman-esque
Yes,
kind of movie.
actually, great point. It's think of it as a little more wild and, believe it or not, darker version of I'm Thinking of Ending Things. It has surreal aspects, but why I thought it was kind of brilliant was it's one of the best. It's taking abstract ideas of anxiety and overbearing parents and somehow conveys that, transcribes that feeling into film that very few modern directors have done, and the way it culminates is like it rips your guts out.
Yeah, it's very much a psychological landscape.
It's kind of hard to talk about it without getting to the plot.
Yeah,
and I don't want to do that because I think even if you hate it, you should see it. I think it's one that you can respect the craft of how it was made, but I personally loved it. I saw the first 45 minutes and I said, nah, that's enough for me. You know. For now, I got back into it and I loved it. So that's number 8. Number 7.
Boy and the Heron, which we just discussed.
So my number 7 is Suzume.
Oh, yes. Excellent anime film. Another one of those great animated movies this year from the director of Your Name and The Garden of Words. It's just a stunning visual experience. I had a great time with that movie.
It does a great job of understanding the ways that we deal with grief.
Yes.
That when you come to an understanding of what your grief is, that doesn't necessarily close the door on that chapter for you, but it allows you to find paths of healing in ways that are helpful. It's a great exploration of the difficulties of making your way in life, but the beauties in the little moments in between the struggle. It's extraordinary. I was blown away by it.
No, it's fantastic. It's an amazing film. My number 6 was The Holdovers.
Oh, we share that exact. The Holdovers. I know how much I liked it because I've seen it twice.
Alexander Payne's great comeback.
Fucking hell! What a
good movie.
It's kind of flawlessly paced.
No, it's amazing. It's an amazing film.
Giamatti, Divide Join.
It's fantastic and a genuine piece of nostalgia. It really feels like a film set in the 70s.
About the 70s. Despite what some fucking critics say.
I don't know. I mean, it's a perfect film about its time and place, and Giamatti is so good. It's him reuniting with Alexander Payne after Sideways, which was their great 2004 film.
20 years ago?
And that turns 20. Amazing movie about also opening up the world of I guess you could say the world of private school culture, but at the same time, it's really about growing even after middle age. Just continuing to open up to new horizons. It's a wonderful film.
It was, and it's kind of nice. We saw it in like October, and even then, we were like, damn, this movie's kind of amazing.
It's really good.
So very special.
Then my number 5 is A Zone of Interest, which we just discussed. And then yours.
My number 5 is Across the Spider-Verse, which I've seen twice.
Oh, another great animated movie.
What's crazy about it is people were spoiling the movie before I even had a chance to see it. And despite that, when I finally saw it, it still blew me away.
No, it's such a great piece of pop art. It's just a living. We didn't even call it
pop art. It's just a great. It's just a great movie. Like I was wow.
No, it's a fantastic movie.
Just again,
thrilling piece of cinema.
We stand with the artists who in the entire industry, not just in this movie, are being exploited by
Well,
the
there was a lot of
companies,
controversy
yeah.
about the animators being overworked and pushed to the limit to get the film done. And d- we obviously we support better working conditions for all crew members, but the work they put together in this
Yeah.
movie is astounding.
Unionize. I hope they do.
It's amazing.
Number
And then,
5. So number 4.
Oppenheimer, which we discussed.
Yes. For me, number 4 is Anatomy of a Fall.
I have not seen that. So
Big
I have
year for
no
Sandra
comments.
Hüller, who stars in this film and is also plays the wife in Zone of Interest. I'm not going to give anything away about Anatomy of a Fall, but it's also an examination of how sometimes we can't get to the truth, but in the pursuit of trying to, that we can unravel the complicated and dirty as I mean the dirt within complicated relationships between flawed individuals, and the tragedy of that. And despite doing all that, you might not come to an immediate truth. Astonishing film, amazing performance by Sandra Hüller, just fantastic. And it's a nice companion piece to my number 3, which I'll talk about in a minute, but I want to hear what your number 3 is.
Poor Things, which we also discussed earlier.
Another one which we disagree on what it meant to us, not that they're quality films. My number 3 is May December, which that really blew me away. We do have do we recommend about it? But I think it's only going to grow in relevance in how we examine.
Well, that makes up tabloid culture, the impact of scandal on the individual. It touches
method acting.
It touches on a lot of things.
It's a very ambitious film, and it succeeds.
Yeah, the impact of trauma on an individual,
exploiting others,
the power dynamics of these scandals.
A triple entente of amazing performances from Natalie Portman, Julianne Moore, and Charles Melton, who I think is getting some awards buzz for his performance.
Hopefully, he's been very underappreciated because up to this point he's just been playing specific kinds of roles, and I think this is his first real grown-up role in a way. He kills it. He's fantastic.
We talked about it already, and we don't mean to sound rushed, but I think the better the films are, the less we want to say about them, because you should experience them as fresh as you can. Some of them, I mean, Oppenheimer, you probably know about.
At the 4.5 hour mark.
That's true. All right, so we are in our top 2.
So
our number 1, I know for a fact we agree on, but our number 2 is different, and I don't remember what your number 2 is.
Mine's Killers, actually. Killers of the Flower Moon.
Killers of the Flower Moon. Yeah. So mine is RMN.
Oh yes, which we both agreed on totally. That it's an amazing Romanian movie.
Another one that I was kind of floored with.
And which has grown in relevance since it came out.
Oh, yes.
It's a really...
It tackles a lot. I think it's specific and universal, which is what the best films are. The fact that it tackles modern immigration crisis, working class conditions, it's pretty spectacular. And also that it's a very human portrait, a very human drama where you understand everyone's anger, you understand where they're coming from, but then when that gets wrapped up with ultra-nationalism, closed communities, and how you can, the way that you can project your xenophobia onto others very quickly.
Yeah. It's a really relevant piece about, many things. Life in Eastern Europe, contemporary Eastern Europe, in what remains the
Transylvania,
shamble.
Which is,
and it's still in the ruins of communism, but at the same time, it's about the West today and everything that the West is debating these days about immigration and identity, and using immigration as a cover for the deeper social ills that are going on. And it's a very stunning film.
So our number 1, which I think unanimously, almost not a country mile, but I don't think we've seen another film quite like this year. I think when you saw it first, and when you sent it to me, my jaw was on the fucking floor that nobody had heard of this movie. this has not reached anybody's ears, anybody's lips. I haven't seen screenings for this anywhere. And it's made by the guys who made Bad Boy for Life. Our favorite movie of 2023, without a shadow of a doubt, is Rebel.
Rebel, yes.
Like, without a doubt.
Yes.
And I saw this, when did I see it? Like in June? July?
No, this was around September. This was around July or August.
Something like that.
Amazing movie.
Like I would say spectacular.
By Adil El Arbi and Bilal Fallah. They're both known for Bad Boys for Life and the famously shelved Batgirl movie that who knows if the world will ever see it. So they went back and did this astounding movie about the Syrian civil war and the impact on migrant communities in places like Belgium and all over Europe. And this phenomenon for those of you who remember the real heated days of that war, these stories about people leaving to join ISIS during the conflict. But it's a very complex portrait about how groups like ISIS
humanizes how people end up in these situations, how child recruitment happens.
Well, the way these movements and the way this violence is an outgrowth of these larger geopolitical situations, and how the Syrian war starts first as an uprising against the Assad dictatorship, but then it becomes, this thing this situation that reaches into many more microcosmic situations. And what I'm trying to get at with this commentary is that it humanizes the war, and it shows you the human scale of what a conflict like the Syrian war was. And now it's even more relevant because we can only imagine the human scale of what's going on in Gaza.
Indeed. It will only grow in relevance. I hope more people see it. It's kind of hard to describe to people because obviously the connotations of ISIS are quite strong still, but this is an absolutely brilliant and exceptional movie.
Yeah.
That also has musical interludes, which
the use of
shockingly
Arabic hip-hop and
work.
Everything. I mean, it's astounding. It's an astounding piece of film, and the visual liveliness of it and the starkness of it. It's a very special movie. And that's why I'm very proud it's number one, because I think you should use a platform to not just go with the flow, but emphasize important movies like this that are genuinely above and beyond the stuff gaining all the attention. But for example, no insult to the other filmmakers we've listed, but Rebel has way more to say than most of the other movies we've talked about in this segment. It's just a great film. It's just great cinema. Yeah.
And that's the end of our lists. Before we go,
another year.
Just some quick. We're not going to talk about them in depth, but just some quick shout outs to some pretty good TV. Really quickly, The Crown. Finally finished. Ended strong with its back half.
Well, we'll talk about that in another.
I saw an excellent Colombian show called The Green Frontier, which you haven't seen, but very trippy show. Liked it a lot.
I'm trying to think of what other TV I actually liked this year.
Succession,
yes.
Man,
Succession.
One of the all-time great
Fantastic
TV shows,
finale,
without a doubt. It's gone up in the pantheon with The Wire and Breaking Bad.
It's one of those great ones, and it'll probably be seen down the line as one of the great shows of late-stage capitalism.
And then I saw one recently called Scavenger's Reign on HBO Max.
Right.
Everyone go see it. I'm not going to say anything about it because it deserves fresh eyes.
I'm trying to think what good TV I saw. I mean, I don't know. It was a wacky year for TV. I think also because of the strikes, a lot of great TV was kind of put on hold for the. Or was that was The Last of Us 2023?
It was February or late January. Yes.
The Last of Us, fantastic TV show. I really love that one. That was a great example that you can still make just real art out of a genre. you know, when you say zombies and the undead and stuff, you think of a certain kind of show. And this was a genuine drama. I mean, this is a great series. Now that I think about it, that one and Succession probably were the best I saw for 20.
Those are the ones that stuck. It's just hard with TV because everything is supposedly prestige. Everyone has a favorite show. Every show has episodes which are an hour long. It's just kind of exhausting.
And there's so much of it. Yeah.
But that's it for us. We will hopefully talk about The Crown at some points. But yeah, that's 2023 in a nutshell.
We're deep into 2024 now.
We're
starting.
We're 6 days into 2024.
Make sure to add our socials to your daily viewing list. We're on Spotify.
We'll try and add links below later. Yeah, Instagram, all that stuff. I think on Spotify now you can write comments. Apple Podcasts you can too. We'd love to hear from you. Write comments here if you make it through any section really. We definitely had some disagreements on how we interpreted some of the films this year, but we have a lot of good stuff. We still have one last episode for our Chronicles of Man series that we'll hopefully work on this month is the plan.
Very soon,
And then at least, I think a couple episodes we had in mind. So we have another election year in the US. It's going to be a disaster, absolute disaster. Yeah. But probably sometime around October, maybe, we'll do an episode on Vice and W.
So we have a lot of stuff coming up. It's going to be a crazy year. Political films, genre films, and we still don't even know what surprises we're going to find throughout the year. So, but check out our listing. We'll even post our full list of everything we talked about underneath this episode, so you can catch up with some of these movies. It's so many, and hopefully you get a chance to check them all out. As we now wonder what we're gonna like from 2024.
Yeah,
everybody.
Yeah, well, I guess the next big one for us, in terms of talking about prestige movies and awards and all that crap, so to speak, when the Oscar list comes out, I think at the end of this month.
Yes, so
we will do another episode like we did in 2022. It won't be as long as that one because I think a lot of the stuff we will have talked about here.
Yeah.
So it will just be more really just our predictions on what we think will happen and slip in anything that we will have seen between now and then.
A lot of stuff going on. So be sure to join us. Follow us on our socials for all updates on what's coming up. And we'll see you all for award season for the Oscars.
Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
A good one.